Meeting to order and stand for the invocation. Commissioner Chesney, do you want to do the invocation, please?
Sure. Dear Lord, let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you so much for all that you've given us, all that you've done for us. Be with all of those in Nueces County that are hurting today, and watch over them and watch over all of those who have suffered health issues and tragedies within our community, as so many people have been affected by so many things in this community over the recent couple of weeks. And we just ask that you provide comfort to those families and those families that are affected. Thank you for all that you've given us, the blessings you have bestowed upon us. Thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us. We're so grateful for that. We are so appreciative of everything you have done for us. We ask you to watch over all that are making decisions and are working in Nueces County. In Jesus' name we ask these things and pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. We have 3 commissioners present, but there's no one here taking notes, so I guess there's no notes to be taken. I will call this meeting to order, and first up on our budget list today is you, Sheriff. And we all have these packets. Teresa, is this the latest on those? Yes, okay.
Ma'am?
Would you like the slideshow up now?
Oh, that'd be great if you could put them up on the screen.
Okay, Commissioner.
Are we ready, Judge?
We are ready if you're ready.
Hey, Connie,
yes, sir.
if you'd go to the one that says personnel request, that's
Yes.
the one we'll start with. That one right there. So before I talk about any ads or any deletions with the agency, I want to emphasize that we have to do everything to keep our existing employees. And I know we have collective bargaining coming up, but that doesn't apply to the civilians. And so I ask and I pray that y'all give careful consideration and attention to the salaries, the pay scale of our existing employees. And I know y'all will. Y'all have made that clear over the years. I've heard you reiterate time and time again your appreciation for the devoted employees that we do have. So that being said, when we talk about adding people, I would be content not to add anybody if we took care of what we got. They are by far our most important asset. And so the ads are legit. The requests for ads are legit. And there's good reason for all of them. And I can go down here and address these one by one, or y'all are reading them, y'all are looking at them, and y'all can ask me specific questions about these proposals. And it might be more time efficient and more productive for y'all to do that. The big one on here, the one deletion, it stands out. 18 months ago, the county put, or actually a little before that, the county put a game room ordinance in effect. And it was to some degree an unfunded mandate. It put a burden on our agency to administer that. And the timing was right, where a department head was actually leaving her department, and we absorbed her over at the sheriff's office at her existing pay scale, over $100,000 a year. And we are at a point now with the administration of that ordinance that we no longer can justify that expense for our agency. The number of applications have dropped way down, and the responsibilities that she has incurred or she's been responsible for, they've slid down next to nothing. And so those responsibilities of game room administrator can easily be absorbed, once again, by an existing employee and the deputies who execute those actions based on the game room ordinance. So I think it's a legitimate thing at this moment in time or at the end of this budget cycle, to no longer fund that game room administrator position for that much money. And that being said, when we talk about adding 4 deputy sheriffs in patrol, that's basically what our countywide staffing is now, 24/7. If everybody shows up for work, if no one's on vacation, if no one's in training, we have 4 Nueces County patrol deputies covering the entire unincorporated areas of Nueces County. Hey, morning, Tim. And so, but that's not the case on any given day, because somebody is on vacation, somebody's in training, somebody is sick or injured. And so the majority of nights here in Nueces County and day shifts in Nueces County, we have 2 or 3 deputies patrolling the entire unincorporated areas of Nueces County. And by adding 4 more, that would create that buffer that we need to better staff the patrol function for the unincorporated areas of Nueces County. So that's where that ask comes from. Add 1 sergeant investigator, CID internet crimes. So human trafficking and internet crimes of mostly children is a big deal, and it's getting bigger all the time. And we do not have a designated CID, Criminal Investigation Division, detective focused just on that. The city of Corpus Christi does, and they do an excellent job, and they collaborate with us well. But when it comes to crimes against children, internet crimes, and the trafficking element of that, in the unincorporated areas of Nueces County, that's the responsibility of the sheriff. And yes, when I go to Mike Markle and say, can you help us out on this investigation? Yeah, they do. But it's still our responsibility, and we should be the ones taking the lead on those investigations in the unincorporated areas of Nueces County. We're asking, now's a real good time to bring us up to parity with all of our TFOs, task force officers. We have Nueces County Sheriff's officers that are assigned to DEA, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Marshal Service. And we have 4 of them. 3 of them are being paid at the sergeant level, but 1 of them is being paid at a deputy 2 or a deputy 3 level, because 9 years ago when he went into that position, that's the rank that he had with our agency. The other task force officers, when they went over to Homeland Security or to DEA, they were hired by us as sergeants. And so now's a good time to bring all that 4th and most tenured TFO, task force officer, up to the same level of pay that the other 3 are. So reclassify crime data clerks from grade 13 to 16. Those civilians, they're not part of the collective bargaining agreement, but they are the civilian component of our law enforcement operations. They're similar to dispatchers or somebody of that significance in the criminal justice system, in law enforcement. And so we would like to bring them up. Every day they deal with sensitive and classified material. Every day they make decisions that are just as significant in magnitude of what our patrol deputies are doing out there. But they are crime data clerks, and they work in the building that I work in. And so now would be a good time to acknowledge their significance and their importance in the criminal justice system as civilians. And yes, it's probably going to create a rift with some other civilians at that classification, and so I'll deal with that next budget session. This is incrementalism. This is baby steps in getting our agency where it needs to be. And this is a good place to start with the crime data clerks. So that is the personnel request under 3,700. Do y'all have any questions?
These savings on here from the top portion and the deleting the two is a total savings of $344,494. Is that correct, Teresa? The numbers I have here. And then the cost of your ask on this page is $347, so it's a net increase with these changes of, you would have a 3,000. Are you looking at that the same way I am, Teresa?
No, where are you?
I am just doing the deleting the game room, deleting the 2 correction officers, and then the changes here. The reclassifying is a negative 5,842. So if you add all of this up, the total
There's a recap page after the PowerPoint.
after this one.
Yeah, there's just a recap summary. It's not a part of the PowerPoint, it's separate.
Where is it at?
It's with your packet.
In this packet?
Sheriff was an ad, though, wasn't it?
Oh, this page that was passed out. Sorry, not part of the packet. It's this one that was handed out.
It was handed out when,
This morning? Did you pass it?
Right, with the PowerPoint
oh,
packet.
yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to add these up and get these cost savings.
Oh, the one in front of it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Delete 3 positions.
Yeah, it's still
Still,
he hasn't done the rest of his presentation, though.
yeah, sorry. Okay, go ahead. I do want to point out the one public liaison person in our meetings with the sheriff. Natalie stepped up and helped with the county judge's office and has on many occasions with the emergency operations and a public information officer. She is on our team upstairs, is the reason I told him I would ask for that to be half out of the county judge's office, because it is definitely, from our first little mini dilemma, it is definitely needed. So
Was this all one packet for each of us? Is this all one packet, or are these separate to pass out?
I'm not sure what they're passing out.
I don't know
sheriff,
what I'm giving.
jail, this is three different ones. It's 3 different ones, yes.
So is this passed out? I just need to know.
So there, each of the requests from the departments for his operating funds for what he might be offering, there's
So
one
this is
for
my
each of the
packet
departments. Yes.
Yeah, all 3 are different, yes.
That's all I was trying to figure.
And there'll be each for each of the 3 for the sheriff's office.
And your, I'm sorry to interrupt you, if you want to go on to
No,
your next
and you
page.
mentioned the
Yes.
public liaison. She's currently, that would be a personnel change under 3720. So 3710 or 3700 is operations, and that's patrol, that's warrants. And so those are mostly the uniform services of the agency. 3720 is the jail, and that's where that public liaison change is coming in. So when we created that position about 2 years ago, we reclassified a vacant correctional officer position. It's about $15 and almost $16 an hour. And Natalie, the first we hired Dee Hawkins in there, and then Natalie Williams is currently in that position. And she's proven her worth. It's amazing what she did, not just for the sheriff's office, but for the county as a whole, especially during emergency operations. And so when the judge and I were having this discussion, we came up with a plan to split the baby, right? And for her to pay half, and for me to, I'm sorry, Connie, and for her to pay half, and for me to pay half to get this public liaison, this marketing person, this information person, to get her compensated for what she does, for the sheriff's office and for the county as a whole. And so whether it's Natalie
She has-
Williams in this position or someone else in the future, I think it's going to be a valuable piece of transparency and communication with the community and with the citizens, working with the sheriff's office and also with the county judge's office and the emergency operation, director of emergency operation. And so I think it's a good concept, and I would ask y'all to make that happen. So there were some other personnel. Now we'll move on to 3720, which is the jail. And there's a reclassification request. We have a position in that jail that should be a sergeant position. And you're going to say, but Sheriff, you got 8 vacant sergeant positions as they are. Yes, and we're in the process of filling those. That has to do with our ability based on our current manpower situation. Those are supervisory sergeant positions. The sergeant position we are wanting to create is an administrative sergeant position as a gang enforcement officer. We currently have a gentleman who's been doing that job for quite some time, and he's been doing it as a correction officer 3. But the nature of his job and the responsibilities of that assignment, I believe, warrant him being a sergeant, an administrative sergeant. And he won't be a shift supervisor. He won't have that. He won't be in that chain of command, but he'll continue, whether it's him or someone else in the future, they will have that rank and that authority as a sergeant in the jail. Then we talked about crime data clerks. We talked about public liaison. And we would be deleting 2 correction officers positions to soften the blow on the added expenses under 3720. So that's 3720. So those are the personnel asks or alterations. And so if y'all don't have any questions about that, I'll move on to other requests, going back to 3700. And it would be this one here. Connie? So transportation costs are going up. And so these transportation costs under 3700 are for the movement of prisoners. If a judge tells us to go to Waxahachie, Texas and pick up an inmate and bring them back, that's what we have to do. If a judge tells us to move a prisoner, TDC, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, they move their own prisoners. But we have significant responsibility when one of our most wanted or wanted period gets picked up in another city, another state. We've got to get them down here. It's our responsibility to get them down here. And the way Chief Cook has structured that operation is if it is an 8-hour trip, and figure Austin's 4 hours away. If it's a city in Texas that we can make the pickup in an 8-hour day, we'll do it ourselves. We'll have our deputies, our warrant deputies, make that run. If it involves an overnight expense in the movement of prisoners and they have to be dropped off when we pick up somebody from Louisiana, they have to be dropped off at some county jail on the way back. They can't stay in the hotel with the transporting agency. And so there's a lot of logistics that go into the movement of prisoners, and it gets expensive. And so we anticipate a need for an additional $100,000 this next year to accomplish that. So one thing we have done, just so y'all know, there was a time 4 or 5 years ago when I became the sheriff that the previous sheriff was dependent on just one vendor to do that. And we have found 3 other vendors who do that. So there now is competition. And every single work or every single work order, every single job assignment that comes in for movement of prisoners, we put it out there. And we get 3, 4 bids every single time, and we always go with the most competitive. And these are all legitimate, certified companies that do these transfers or these movements. And so we've been very prudent in selecting what's best for the county. The other 3,700 is overtime, the courthouse security, and temporary employees. I talked on the leased vehicles. We haven't received any vehicles now in about a year and a half. And Michael Robinson has been he is very aware of this. We have 5 or 6 vehicles that are used daily in patrol that have well over 200,000 miles on them. And so I'm just throwing that out there because I don't know if y'all have already heard from the Director of Purchasing, but you will. And a big part of his ask is going to be keeping our deputies safe. Many of these vehicles, we're forced to do an $8,000 repair to rebuild a front end on a vehicle that's not worth $8,000. And so we've got to be smarter about that. And I know there was a period of time, and Michael and his department has been very gracious in some hand-me-down cars that he's routed our way. And so we haven't been totally without new vehicles or hand-me-down vehicles. We have a few that were routed our way from the DA's office and from the former office of the fire chief. And so he's done the best he can, but he's gonna ask to do better. And that's the reason why when it comes to our agency.
Excuse me, Sheriff.
Yes.
These papers don't match the one that the auditor's office gave us. It's asking for another 100,000 for ammunition, and you changed that.
Yeah, we
I just
took that
wanted to
out.
let them know that this is older information. on
Yeah,
here.
Chief
Yes.
Cook believes, and he's my operations chief, he believes that ammunition should be funded by the county. It should be a guaranteed thing. It shouldn't be something we have to scrounge for every year out of other budget funds. But I don't have a problem. I disagree with him on that. If the money is there in the federal or the state account, I'll spend it on ammo. I don't have a problem with that. And at least in my 5 years, it's always been a reliable funding source. And so I'm not going to come to y'all and ask y'all to absorb a guaranteed $100,000 a year for ammunition when we've been successful in buying that ammo with a reliable funding source. So if y'all see that on your paper, that's what that's about. Was there something else there, Judge?
I just wanted to point that out to the commissioners as
Okay.
well, because I knew you had said you were not asking for that.
No,
so
we're not.
This was old information here.
So moving on to 3720. You'll notice 3710, that's our ID section, and there are no requests. We're in a good place with our ID at this time. That's Captain Whitmore's area, and he's not asking for any additional this coming year. We can just continue on the course we're on for 3710 and continue to operate in an efficient manner. 3720. The big one is overtime, I believe. You know, it's a funny thing when it comes to staffing the jail. We're 57 correctional officers short. They're working 4 12-hour shifts, but they are getting their 2 days off. And for the longest time, they weren't. They were being forced to work or highly encouraged to work on one of their days off. And that's not the case anymore. With our current staffing, they are working 4 12s, and then they're getting their 2 days off. And so you can do the math on that. That's 48 hours a week. That's 8 hours guaranteed overtime. And the majority of them like it. The majority of them greatly appreciate that 8 hours overtime. It makes their paycheck much better for them. And so the ones that even pick up one of their days off, but that's voluntary. No one's being forced to work overtime. But just the current staffing model, overtime is a big element to that. But what I learned 4 or 5 years ago, and Dale educated me on this, is at the end of the budget year, the money that was not spent because of those vacant positions pretty much washes out the overtime, the overtime expense. So at the end of the year, pretty much, it's a wash. The overtime versus the money saved by all of those vacant positions. So the others, security maintenance agreement for the main jail, security maintenance agreement for the annex. Those two expenses there have to do with the camera and the technology in the main jail and the annex. Without those maintenance agreements, we're at risk when the technology goes down. We're at risk for an extended outage. With those maintenance agreements with the service providers, we get immediate response within 24 hours. And we've had to use them frequently. And so I would ask that we continue, or we add those maintenance agreements with those technology vendors for both the main jail and the annex. Inmate uniforms, mattresses, and supplies. The cost of everything is going up. Everybody knows that. And we anticipate having to pay more this coming year for the uniforms, the mattresses, and supplies. Other expenses, we're asking for additional camera ads at the jail in the annex. And this is all about liability. When an incident occurs, we have over 200 cameras in the main jail now, and I don't know how many in the annex. But whenever something does occur, we need to have that video documentation of that incident. And we have some blind spots in that jail that need to be fixed, need to be addressed. And so that's what those camera ads are for. The heavy-duty chairs at the annex in the main jail, the judge found us money, or somebody found us money, and we were able to buy some chairs. So the original ask was 80, and I believe we're in the process right now of buying 40. So in the next budget year, we need 40 more. And we can't buy cheap chairs. I know those are expensive chairs, $850 a pop for a chair, but they're not those luxury X chairs with massagers or music in them. They're not that, but they are durable enough to withstand the wear and tear in a jail environment. So we've also accomplished the tractor, bucket, shredder, and riding lawnmowers. We've accomplished that. Thank you, Teresa. There's a big one here. It's called Programmable Logic Control System. So that's basically the technology that is necessary to make this jail a safe place. So y'all have seen the main console, the brain center, the dispatch center on the second floor over here, where you walk in there and it looks like an aircraft controller's room, right? With all the monitors, all the radios, all the telephones, all the intercoms throughout the jail. Everything is routed there. And there's connectivity and communication between that command center and guard posts and guard cubicles on every single floor. And it involves a lot of wire, a lot of wireless, and a lot of hardware. And it's called a Programmable Logic Control System. And the controls in that PLC is now classified as end of life, currently unserviceable, which means if and when it goes down in the near future, we're sunk. We're dead in the water. And so initially, I was asking you all to pay for that. But I will buy that out of my commissary commission account. I'm willing to do that. And that's what that commissary, that ramen noodle account, that's what that's for. And so it will eat up about half of what I have saved up, what we have saved up, with $595,000. But I believe it is, and by government code, it is an acceptable buy with that money. You can only use that money for welfare, safety, and security of the inmates, right? And so I'm willing to do that, just to show y'all I have some skin in the game. I'm not just asking, I'm also willing to spend. I think that's it.
I think that is.
Y'all have any questions at all?
Sheriff, I thank you for ending on that note, because I think that's going to be a real important topic that we address as a court with each of these requesters, these elected officials and appointed officials that come before us, is what can you offer? Because, you know, it's going to be a lot of ask, and I was mentioning to the judge just the other day, it seems like more this year than ever at this point. I mean, last year we had some, but it seemed like there were just a handful. This year there's so many, and they're all justifiable, right? But the fact that you have tried to make cuts that you have. My only question is, going to the, and this is maybe a question for later on, we don't need to address it right now, but you've made cuts in a lot of ways, you've tried to reclassify in a lot of ways. Is there a point, I mean, I remember when I first got here, I mean, the number was a lot larger as far as unfilled positions. And I know you've done a great job in recruiting, but still, I've noticed, seen people who have left your office, your department, some for non-law enforcement positions, just because maybe the work environment is better, even though the pays may be lateral, or maybe it pays even maybe a little bit better. And then a lot that we're losing to other agencies who are stepping up their game. So can that number be adjusted any more than it already is? Like I said, I can't remember what that number was before as far as unfilled correction officer positions, but maybe next time as we address this again, if we can get an idea of what it was before, what you have done now to kind of shrink that number, and can that be adjusted any way to help justify those costs, right? Like, what I'm saying is if we have these positions and we basically have to fund them because you expect that amount of officers to justify, that you can justify and use them. But if that can be worked out any more to help with this, because I mean, I'll go on record right now at the beginning of all this, I'm in support of everyone's request, right? Within reason, we're going to have to work some of these down, and I know everyone's going to see that. But overall, we as a county are taking a very dangerous approach in trying to squeeze this number down and down and down and further and further and further without looking at the revenue. And it's a fine line, a fine balance to weigh between what kind of burden do we put on taxpayers. But it pains me, and I can't imagine what it is to you, because you work with these brave men and women all the time. It pains me to see someone that I'm friends with on social media and that they've moved. And one, I didn't know that they moved, but then realizing it's got to be a work-life issue, right? Either pay and or work environment. And these people are veterans in your office. And so I'm sure that they came to that conclusion, not at any kind of just haphazard, quick decision, but had to really think about it with their family and loved ones. And we got to make sure that we invest all that we can in all of our departments, but yours is essential. And so, like I said, the way you ended, that you're wanting to put some skin in the game, says a lot. The dollar amount that we see is a big number, but I just hope that everyone else has that kind of flexibility or has that mindset at least to try to work with this. But rest assured, I mean, I'm not going to support a budget that is crazy, but I'd like to see a budget that is at least stable this year without reducing anything. 5-0 in support of it, because anytime we want to have a feel-good drop in tax rate, there's consequences. And I'm sure you see those on a daily basis, and that's why you're coming here to us. And then my closing item is, how much money could we save with a brand new jail with all these monies that you're talking about having to allocate to different areas? And I'll just leave it at that. I know it's not on the agenda, but I know we're all on the same side on that. But I'd love to have that discussion one day.
I appreciate that.
Do we have any idea, either one, Lisa, I know we talked about it the other day, that I know that's a great point about the positions, and I've asked it before as well, but their overtime budget has already exceeded this year, is why he's asking for more. Those 57 positions cover that overtime that they have, is the reason that he is staying at that number. I think there's an increased ask in there because they are actually already over that amount.
Judge, I'd like to say something.
Sure, please.
I do know some of your employees, Sheriff, that have either retired or quit, and they go out and work somewhere else. They get all the training here, and then we, give them all the training so they can go work elsewhere where they pay them a little bit more. And it does bother me that you're having to use cars that should have been turned in a year ago or whatever. The most embarrassing thing that could happen to us, I believe, is someone have an accident, possibly lose their lives, and we have to explain to the family, well, it could have been avoided if the car, the tie rod or whatever hadn't given out in a high-speed chase. So I do agree, we need to get you some cars, and I don't know how many, but whatever we can. Those deputy sheriffs deserve it. Thank you, Sheriff, for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff.
All right.
Yes.
God bless y'all.
May I ask the sheriff a question?
Hey, Sheriff, before you leave, excuse me.
I don't know, does he have any ARPA funds? Do you have any ARPA funds?
IRPA?
anymore.
I don't think
ARPA?
so.
Not anymore.
No?
No, we spent all that during the COVID when we were housing prisoners in Victoria and Miranda.
Yeah, I know we pay for the transports, but I thought
Yeah.
we had given extra ARPA funds. And if there is extra, why not use it for,
They were maxed out also. The percentage that was allowable under ARPA, they did 2 years or something for the salaries. And it
well,
got-
for certain employees, but not for all employees. So, there might be another option we can look at if there are some extra funds, instead of reducing somebody, or maybe we can use them for the ARPA funds and keep them on for the next 2 years. So, it's something for us to look at too, so. No, I guess what the judge saying, the same ones, you can't use the same employees because they're already maxed out, but there's some new employees, I'm sure, that can be used and transfer the money to the other employees, so. I think it's something we can look at.
Appreciate it.
So.
Definitely want to look at anything. Next up, we have the tax assessor collectors.
Sorry, what?
Their personnel requests, yes. And these would have been printed, everyone, but our computer problem Friday stopped us.
Hi, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Ralph Benavides. I'm the Chief Deputy for the Tax Assessor Collector's Office. Kevin Kiesnick is ill. He's not able to attend, so I'm here in his stead. Before you have the employee reclassification information, but before we get to that, I'm sorry, there's something else I wanted to address as well. So in our budget requests, in our capital outlay request, we requested Pitney Bowes smart lockers in relation to a mandate from the state of Texas DMV, where they're going to start implementing what's called web dealer statewide, where all car dealerships are supposed to get online and send their information to our office electronically. And in relation to that, Texas DMV was stating that they were going to have to get inventory, whether from our office or from the state directly. And at the time that we did the budget request, they hadn't decided on who was going to do that, whether it's going to be the state or our office. So in preparation for that, we thought it'd be wise to purchase smart lockers so that we could issue inventory directly to dealerships. But they have since, about 2 weeks ago, sent an email saying that the state is going to be issuing the inventory directly to the dealerships. So therefore, our capital outlay request for those smart lockers is no longer needed. I don't have the number in front of me, but I believe the capital outlay request was somewhere around $44,000. We're not going to need those smart lockers. So I'd like to request that our capital outlay request for the Pitney Bowes be removed from our budget request.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, we just got that information like less.
And you hadn't already purchased them?
No,
or
we haven't
anything?
purchased them. No,
Perfect.
this was just a request. So we're no longer going to need those smart lockers. So I'd like to request that that capital outlay expenditure be removed from our budget request.
Thank you.
And also in relation to that, we did request an increase in our line item 5311 software maintenance, which is includes other items that we have related to our annual maintenance fees and software fees. And we have two items in our budget request that was directly related to Pitney Bowes that we're no longer going to need as well. So we're going to request that our, for line item 5311, we had asked for an increase of $9,353. We no longer need as much because we no longer need the Pitney Bowes hardware. So we're going to amend that request to be decreased to $6,497 for line item 5311. Are there any questions related to that?
So I see 2 pages, a plus and a minus. So at the end of the day, all the adjustments, what's the net increase that y'all are asking for?
On our general expenses, I believe it was $11,000 decrease overall. So we're going to actually need less money now that we're actually decreasing 5311 to $6,497.
You're just shuffling money around basically, and I say that with great respect.
Yeah.
I mean that. I don't mean that to
Right,
say.
yeah.
Yeah.
To where you're making some adjustments to take care of the personnel that you need to take care of by,
Well, no, the personnel is something separate.
okay?
Yeah. This is just our general expenditures and our capital outlay that I was talking about.
So what I'm asking is, overall, for the entire, all the funds you have together, what's the
Net increase. or
net increase, decrease, or whatever for the overall ask?
The overall ask included employees?
Yes.
Everything.
Okay.
Like, what's the,
What are you asking for?
It's approximately $110,000.
$110,000 approximate increase for every fund you
Yes.
have included combined?
Right.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Okay. Now, regarding employees restructuring, we're trying to reclassify all our employees so that we can, across the board, all our clerks will all be the same. So what we're requesting regarding employees only is let's see here. It's a net increase of $110,176. Net increase just for employees. Now, part of that, we have 3 full-time employees positions that are currently vacant. And we have 2 frozen positions that we were supposed to get back at the new fiscal year. That's a total of 5 positions that we are sacrificing to offset the expense to reclassify these employees. So by doing that, giving up those 5 employees, we still are deficient, and we're requesting an increase of $110,176. Now, out of that increase, one of the fees that we do collect for the county is we collect what's called a per parcel fee, meaning we offset the cost to collect and distribute property taxes to all the entities, all the taxing units in the county through a per parcel fee. So some of this increase that we're requesting in budget will be recaptured in the per parcel fee. We estimate that amount would be somewhere in the amount of $44,000 that we would recoup from the taxing units in the form of per parcel fee. That's just an estimate at this point, but that's how much we would increase our budget to the taxing units to recoup. Now, the relinquishing of the 5 employee positions that we have it's contingent on the increase. So if we don't get the increase, we still want to retain those 5 positions. We don't want to relinquish those. And at the same time, I mean, we do collect quite amount of fees for the county itself. Last fiscal year, we collected a little over $11 million just in fees, not including taxes that we that came through our office that were then turned over back to the county. So at this point, we like to request the reclassification and also at the same time creation of these new positions where we would have the staff all the same, where we could actually use them in more places so that we don't have so many different specialized positions. They would all be at the same level of 18. So we have a couple that are 15 and 16, which are clerks. They would all be reclassified as 18s.
Any other questions? Anyone? So you're still saying that with the employee changes, with deleting the 5 positions, with your increase in office clerical, whatever office expenses, with your increase to the outside agencies that you collect from, your budget, this ask would still be an additional 110,000.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all we need.
Okay.
Excuse me, I think it may even be less than that because they're
That's what I was
reducing
thinking.
postage for this year. So when you back out the postage that's budgeted right now, it's like 54,763 increase.
The postage, it comes and goes every other year. So they're
Right.
going to cut it this year, which
Next
is,
year will
and
increase
next year it's
because-
going to come right
yes.
back. And so they're going to have to come back and ask you for it again next year. So whatever they save on postage this year, it's going to come right back next year. And it happens every year for the
Right, every
last
other year.
16 years at least since I've been here.
Right, no, it's a state
So-
mandate that we
Yeah,
have to
it's a
mail out.
state mandate.
Right,
Out the-
voter registration card. Right.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
still coming out next year.
You got it.
Any questions, anybody? I think we're good.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Next up is the JP1. Are they outside or here anywhere? Edward, you just happen to be back there at the door. Thank you. We're kind of moving right along. If you want to let Peyton and them know to kind of contact everybody to be watching because we're,
I think they're supposed to be all together, right? All the JPs.
yes.
They're supposed to be together.
So if they're not here, why don't we jump ahead to Edward so he
Let's
can
go.
get out of here.
Got a lot of time for them.
We only allowed 15 minutes each for them, so. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge. Thank you. Yes, and thank you for pushing me out as quickly as I can. I'd like to go check out the health and wellness clinic that we're having. I know Commissioner Jag was out there this morning, and I want to make sure the air conditioner units were dropped off, so.
Do we have one of these for you or anything?
No, I'm just going by the budget that Lisa distributed.
All of the personnel requests were in the budget book. So, however, the budget packet that was distributed, it looks like this. However, if there have been modifications since, that may not be reflected in
Okay.
what we gave you. I'm trying to see what page they're on.
Well, if you were looking at the
Inland Parks.
Inland Parks, this was on page 34. And
I think that the numbers changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow district clerk got out of order.
I found mine in my book, so, yeah.
So it'll be 0170 and 4190.
It's Somehow it got out of order, I'm sorry.
It used to be 34 and 350.
Yeah. 34's district clerk now.
You got 384 here in the bottom, 384, 385.
So you're talking about your 0170 first? Yes.
Correct. Well,
Okay, that's the only one that we have in here, request something.
so,
There's nothing in my other one.
I'm looking for it, I apologize.
Okay,
well, let me start. So,
okay.
as you know, the operations for both community services and inland parks operates throughout all of Nueces County. We go from Flower Bluff all the way to Port Aransas to Bishop, Agua Dulce, Banquete, Blunzer. We're out throughout the whole community. We're the eyes and ears pretty much of the county as far as the rural sections of the county. We run our community centers. We run heating, cooling. We do do a lot of emergency management. So, to preface that, we are looking to, as far as inland parks, we're looking to get back the funding that we had pushed back last year. So we're looking to also include into this budget Parker Pool. So Parker Pool was a separate item, but now we're going to push it because we're trying to include it into our inland parks as well. You want me to?
No, go ahead, you started.
It's
We'll
page
get to
375.
you
I
guys.
apologize. The page order was based on the previous briefing schedule, and whenever that was updated, we didn't redo the books for a third time. I apologize.
What page is that, Lisa?
Page 375 is where senior community services begins.
On this?
In this great big book, yes, because this book was done originally.
It's not my 375, but maybe.
They didn't put them in order.
It's just to 80,
They didn't put them in
goes
order.
into the 80s.
They were based on
It's okay, go ahead.
this schedule. They were placed in order based on the July 9th schedule. And so on the July 9th schedule, it was scheduled for 4:30 to 5 o'clock. And so therefore, on the July 9th schedule, it was on page 375 for senior community services. And then inland parks begins on page, I'm trying to get there, my pages are stuck. 383.
This county library for 383.
Oh, you're in the first version of the book. Those were based on number order. Then we tried to reorganize it based on the schedule, and then whenever the schedule got redone because it was moved again, we did another printing of the books a second time.
Ay, ay, ay.
I don't think I got
I,
You might be on page 34, Commissioner.
yes,
34.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's inland parks is 34, and
if
then
you're in the original, it's page 34.
Okay,
If
now
you're
I'm
in
caught
this,
up. Thanks, Edwin.
and 350 is going to be community services.
Thank you.
350?
350.
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Thank you. That helps.
So, so with that being said, we're looking at combining Parker Pool with Inland Park. So that's going to be about a $52,000 ask that we already have in a different department that we're moving over. With the inclusion of all the parks as to one group with the Commissioners Court.
Why
that's
not
gonna be-
coastal parks?
Because they've been running it all these years.
It still can be coastal
It's
parks.
not coastal. It's not on the beach. It doesn't,
Close enough.
but it's not. It's that's a statutory board. It has to be coastal assets. I mean, Edward wanted it
And
years ago.
the thing, Commissioners, we've been in it, we've worked with the groups.
He's been doing it.
We know how the group operates, we know how that we're going to fund it. So for us, it now has become part of the family, so to speak, so we're comfortable with it. So to that end, though, we've been building splash pads and taking care of this pool, maybe hopefully build another splash pad. We're looking at adding an additional employee. So the employee is going to be kind of like a pool / splash pad person. They can do, you know, with the warranties and stuff running out, they'll be able to fix them, they'll be at the chemicals, they'll be able to, that's one of the big things that we're going to be needing going into the future, so that we can dedicate somebody to all these locations. Another thing that we're asking for is equipment upgrades that we've had in our parks, playground equipment, fitness equipment, and of
I thought
course,
that was part of your ARPA money.
that's in the, you got to remember, Judge, that's brand new stuff that we're adding in, but all the old stuff needs to be taken care of as well. So there's some parks that aren't being touched, or some portions that aren't being touched that we want to add new equipment into the future.
You're not touching yours? Okay. How much are you asking on that? Which one, which line item? You're asking on equipment?
Yes. So, again, this,
Okay, we're still in senior community services, right?
right now we're on,
170. The inland parks.
Oh.
Yeah.
about 450,000 for playground equipment.
For playground equipment? I was looking on this request. Yeah.
Cinda?
Oh, okay. That's from capital outlay.
Yes.
Okay.
So playground equipment's not cheap anymore. Just a swing set's going to cost you about $5,000. So,
Especially if it's ADA.
especially if it's ADA, and a lot of our products going that route. Commissioner Jag started our ADA parks, and then Commissioner Hernandez picked up on it, and now we're pushing to Robstown. So we're including a lot of more inclusive play pieces of equipment into our areas. We're also looking to replace some of our vehicles. You know, they're 200,000 miles plus. We haven't had any new vehicles that have been replaced. And
Nobody got any.
No,
Let's just
no.
be clear. Everybody
That's-
can say that. That comes up here. We cut that off last year. But
And-
yeah.
And just like the sheriff, we want to retain our people, so we're asking for increases within that for them. On the 4190 side, again, we're asking for vehicles, 3 15-passenger van vehicles. We do transport seniors within the community to and from, doctor's visits, from location, going shopping, doing as part of our grant operation program. We're again looking at returning our funding to where we were at prior to our cuts last year. And we are also looking at making changes to our personnel as well, you know.
You're adding one new person there too?
No, what we're asking for there is, we may ask in maybe about 2 years for a driver, but that'll be in about 2 years. We're currently trying to work with Commissioner Jag on an ARPA grant person so that we can do transportation of the mobile medical unit at the same time. They'll serve us in transporting as well.
This doesn't have a new position on here.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Judge, the new position is the certified pool operator at the bottom.
At the bottom, but at the top it says operations clerk, new position too.
That
Because that's
actually
community
taking
services.
that's cutting our custodian and creating an operations clerk out of that.
We have this.
So it's just a wash, that one
Just wash.
position? Yes, okay, yes. I was seeing 2 positions created, so, yeah.
Who's the 2 positions?
Cutting the custodian and putting an operations clerk in?
It's not a new one, right? We just,
just changed
Just
to.
changing we're using the same clinics.
So the total ask, other than equipment and stuff that you're asking for today, looks like 289, 370, 420.
915,000?
How much?
915,000.
That's the new ask? 9?
No, that's with capital.
If you include
also.
capital and everything, it's $1,084,000.
You're asking for $1,084,000?
That's with everything.
What's the operating ask?
If you're looking at operating ask, that's 103 plus 190, so that's 300 and, around
293?
293.
Yeah, it's close.
And you know what we do, you know how we do it, and this will allow us to go back to doing our cleanups, our tire cleanups, our garbage cleanups, all our support operation roles. So that's what we ask.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Edward. Any other questions, Vice? No. Thank you. Let's see, we have our JPs.
Thank you, Edward.
JP1 is up first. 1-1. That is,
Just want to make sure I get it cleared by the other JPs that I come up here first.
oh, okay.
Thank you, Honorable County Judge and Commissioners.
Which department is the number first?
3,600.
3,600, so we can look it up really quickly.
County Judge, Commissioners, we have continued in the Justice Courts to do our best in providing a full day of work. The Justice Courts of 1-1 is the top revenue receiver and continues to be. But what is important is justice for all and not the fines. Our offices are open from 8 to 5 p.m. We're even open during lunch hours. We call it the military chow time, using a military time shift structure system that is convenient for my employees and our customers. Our office was just given a surprise audit of our financials and office procedures. We passed with flying colors. I definitely make sure that all clerks have their desktop procedures updated on their desk for any type of audit, from family code, property code, transportation code, and statutes pertaining to our office. Our employees take a lot of verbal abuse from our customers, but I do make sure that our employees are given time to regroup and overcome some of those issues. It would be nice to have a constable assigned between the courts of 1-1 and 1-2. It continues to get crowded and people get frustrated. I have requested for the past 11 years to have a bailiff to monitor our front offices on a permanent basis, to no avail. Better safe than sorry. Lastly, please, I definitely need to make sure that I get the a confidence type thing on the raises for our clerks, because they haven't had a raise for quite some time. That's most important. Our office has requested changes in the 2024-2025 budget year. We have requested a 5-tier filing cabinet. Right now, a lot of the cases are just put into boxes and loaded in the corner. It doesn't look too good. It's just scattered all over the place. We just need the cabinet, one cabinet, a 5-tier filing cabinet. We need jury chairs.
Judge, anything in doing furniture, you need to go to capital. Like,
Say again, sir?
it shouldn't even be part of your budget. Anything you need in furniture, you should go to capital outlay.
Yes, sir, and I'm just explaining this out so you'll know. Yes, sir.
He's listed it as.
Yes, sir, I'm just,
They request it during budget time. Yes, sir. It comes out of the
Yes.
capital outlay
You don't have to wait-
department.
You don't have to wait to budget time for that. Come on, you need something in your office, you ask for it.
You asked for it, yes.
Well, but you should give it to them if they need it. Come on.
okay. Also, the jury chairs, we've requested this for quite some time while you were Commissioner Judge Gonzalez and Commissioner Gonzalez. So they're antiquated. The chairs that are in the jury box, they're all antiquated and just needed to be updated. Also, new chairs for my courtroom and office, 2. And we need also a bailiff chair and a witness chair and also 4 chairs. So all these chairs I'm bringing up, I requested a long time ago. Even capital outlay, that's fine. But those chairs I personally bought 8-9 years ago. and nothing has happened, and we're just requesting it again to make sure that we get those chairs for the courtroom.
So, have you requested this recently?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
just a long time ago, or
No,
what? Yeah.
it's been like 8, 9 years ago, but we requested it again this year, so hopefully that request will be approved by the commissioners and
And
you,
the
county
reason
judge.
it's on here, I think more is because of the cost is over we don't do any decisions. If it's under 50,000, we pretty much go ahead. If it's over that amount, then it needs to come here before all of you.
Yeah, it could have come to court.
Yes, you
Yes,
could
sir.
have come to court and asked.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
So that's all I have. I thank you so much for what you all do, and have
What
a
is
good
your
morning.
total ask for your department, not capital outlay personnel?
I didn't get that.
8,000.
Was it 8,000?
8,000?
Yes, 8,000.
Okay.
I didn't bring
Okay.
that up here. Yeah. 8,000. Thank you, County Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I haven't been here in a few years, only because we've managed to complete our work with the budget that y'all give us every year, and so we're able to accomplish the things that we want to do. But one of the things that I'm here today is that it's come a time that we need some help, and I'd like to share just 3 items with you that you may want to consider. One is, as Judge Benavides might have shared with you already, we have some chairs that need to be replaced. All our chairs right now are over 12 years old, and we checked with some furniture stores, and they stated that chairs usually last, about 7, 8 years. So they're a little old. They need to be replaced. So we're asking that at least 10 of our chairs that we've looked at that need some help be replaced with some new chairs. And so we're asking that Commissioners Court help us in that area. We have a nice court. Everything's kept real well, but sometimes things need replacing, and so we're asking that you help us with the replacement of some chairs that we need. One of the things that are important to, I think, to all of us, but especially people that are at our window that greet customers, well, not customers, people that come to court, some of them may come a little ill. They cough, they sneeze, they have types of airborne type of bacteria disease that transmit right across to our staff's face. And so what we're asking that may help in this closeness between the person who visits our court, which many are unhappy because they come to pay a ticket or something, but that's another story. But that you kind of help us with that. We're just asking for some microphones, and I'm sure Judge Benavides would welcome this also, that keeps a little distance between the person who comes to the window to take care of their situation, that we are able to protect our staff a little bit. I don't think this is a very costly item, but then I don't know prices. But this would certainly help my staff as they greet people every morning. And as you know, in JP courts are very busy courts. We have a lot of people coming every day. The last one is something that I think is important. There's an old expression that says, "Be the best that you can be." And this is something that trickles down to myself and my staff. We want to be the best we can be. We want to be able to do the best we can do in our courts. And in order to accomplish that, we need some update training. We need to attend seminars. We need to attend the programs that are available to us. At one time, we did have a budget of $4,000 to take care of this for myself and my staff, that we would be able to update ourselves in training to be the best we can be. And so we are asking that we just a little more, if we could have the $4,000 that we had at one time. And last year we were given $500, which barely covered my expenses of a required 20-hour training program that I have to go to every year that's required of all judges. The budget was just barely covered by expenses. Now, the good part is these programs that are provided free of charge. There's no charge to the judge. The charge comes in the travel and the hotel that we have to stay at. They don't cover that, but they do provide us with the training that we need to stay current. These are the three items that I share with you today, and I'm hoping that you would consider these three items and that you might be able to help us this coming year. I thank you for your time, and I wish you a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the same for you as the capital outlay with the chairs and stuff, the requests. Yes,
All right.
The same as what
You know,
we just
let
told the
me
judge.
share a real quick story. When we asked for these chairs, the purchasing department said, well, we might be able to help you with this. We would do it out of our budget instead of out of your budget. I said, the word that caught my attention was might be able to help us. So I said, you know what, let me just go ahead and put it in the budget. If you can help us, that's just that less money we have to use that we don't have to pay. They're going to provide it for us. But, you know, I don't work on might. I work on assurance. And so that is part of our budget. But hopefully they might be able to help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Judge Bobby Gonzalez. I'm JP in Robstown. I just come to you with a variety of topics. It's not, I know this is a budget hearing, but I just want to give you some understanding of out the rural area where we're dealing with and just some of the things that we might need. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
So it's okay. I just want to make sure that, even though I didn't present a budget, I just know that I want to make you aware of that. I represent vital statistics for the western part of the county. So later on, I'm going to come back to you to be able to merge the vital stats of birth and deaths out of Precinct 5, Precinct 5-1, Precinct 5-2, and Precinct 1-3, which are the western part of the county of births and deaths that happen in our part of the county. So later on, I will come to that later to the Commissioners Court for their approval because it now needs, from vital stats, Commissioners Court okay to be able to handle that particular item. Another topic I need to see if we can get some cameras in our building. Our building is getting a lot busier up in Robstown, the Calderon building, and we have no cameras out there inside or outside. So we're looking at hopefully the Commissioners Court, or if not, you'll allow me to invest in some cameras so we can make sure we can protect not only the staff that we have, but also our constituents. And that, you're looking at about $2,000 on that one. I also would make you aware of that in our building there is, we have numerous people that come across our building. There is no bulletproof window. We only have probably a 24 by 32 window. So we're hoping that maybe the county would invest in that or allow me to look at that, see if we can see what a price on an item like that would be. Item number 4 is maybe a raise for our chief clerks and our clerks. I know that that's always been a top issue, but JP clerks get paid less than county court clerks, and our head clerk gets $21 an hour, while our regular clerks make $15 an hour, and yet they handle about 3,000 to 4,000, 5,000 cases a year is what JP clerks handle, at least in Precinct 5, Place 1. And we'd also like to see, in reference to that, to see if IT or Commissioners Court would okay an MOU from you guys to be able to find somebody to be able to take payments to the phone, I'm sorry. A lot of people call in reference to a citation, and they don't want to go to the website. They want to go to the OPC's payment plan. They just want to take it right then and there, and they're willing to give you their credit card number just so they can relieve the hold on their license. So that is a tool that would be greatly used not only by my court, but by all my colleagues in the JP level that we're not able to do at this point in time. I think that would bring in an ungodly amount of revenue, just like the payment plan did on the website. The web payments did. One more topic to talk about is I'm looking for hopefully a 10% raise for me. I serve on different committees, which is about $8,000. I serve on the JPCA committee, the state JP and constables level, of which time I serve on the education committee to make sure that judges are taught the tools that they need current on topics that are going to come across their judge desk, and we train the staff. Even though there's not a lot of money for staff, we have a lot of modules that they can log on during some of the downtime that we have. And not so much downtime, we just make the downtime to take an hour class here or a 2-hour class to catch up with some of the new material that is coming up and being professed, and new forms also that is being pushed by our JPCA and the training center. I also serve on the legislative committee of the JPCA, of which we were able to, in the last session, we had 717 bills proposed, either unfunded mandates or mandates that would not make it a court-friendly, the People's Court, the JP Court anymore, of which we were able to squash most of it. Only 11 were able to become law. So that's the reason I'm looking for that money to be able to travel back and forth to Austin when we testify in subcommittees. We also have a very typical issue that is important to only to JPs, but also to the county. At this point in time, we're in the subcommittee discussing inquests. And we say, why inquest? Well, we have an Emmy here in Nueces County, but at this point, JPs are also liable to be sued if an inquest is done improperly or the evaluation is incorrect or the family wants to challenge it. So at this point, we're putting a bill together to be able to allow JPs not to be sued in case somebody wants to challenge the reason somebody passed away, and also the MEs. So at the JP level, there would be no ability to sue a JP in case an inquest is stated incorrectly. At the county level, because we have MEs, limitation would be anywhere between 500 to maybe $1 million at most. But that's still in subcommittee discussions. But those are things that I work on, and we as a legislative committee are working on to be able to tackle that. I also do economic development, not related to JPs, but I love to do economic development. We're in contact with SpaceX, with Tesla, the new pump stations, the new pipelines with EPIC going down the western part of Nueces County, but not only from Nueces County, starting from Midland and George West, all the way coming through our precinct to our port. So that's the diversification that I have. Again, thank you for hearing me out. I know I didn't give you a number, but those are some of the things that we do as a JP in our part of the county to promote not only our job, but also the other things that keep people going in our part of the county. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Next up, we have Veteran Services, JJ.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, ma'am. Yourself? I would like to go over 1275, Veteran Services. 1397, we're going to leave the same, which is the Veteran Cemetery. It's a $900,000 annual budget, and we're okay with that. We're staying within the constraints of that budget, which the state of Texas provides for. So no changes in 1397 as far as the Veteran Cemetery. 1275, I did request a few increases. 5210, office expenses. Last year we had $2,500 budgeted. I did request $3,500 this year, and that's because we will be bringing on 2 additional staff from social services. 5230, telephones and utilities, with the 2 positions again coming from social services. We requested a bump there of about $1,000 annually. 5240, maintenance and repair of equipment and vehicles. We originally requested $200, but I will need to change this. We're now requesting $1,000 since we do have that new Toyota Tundra that was donated to our office, and that 16-foot utility trailer that was also donated. So in case a tire goes out or maybe a windshield wiper or something happens, we are requesting $1,000 in total. So it's an increase of $800. 5,300 professional services expenses. We're requesting $2,000. I believe we've always requested $1,000. I'm requesting $1,000 increase so that we can continue maintaining that software. That software allows us to compose, submit, and track VA claims and appeals through the VA database. So that allows us to do that. As far as the building space and rent, 5422, that will go to 0 since we'll be moving back to the courthouse as soon as possible. So that will actually provide for savings, 5422. 5510, other expenses. We did request an increase of about $490, and that's so that we can continue printing our veteran quarterly newsletters. I know that was a concern for our veterans. So we're asking for a $490 increase there so we can continue printing our quarterly newsletters and our Texas Veterans Commission grant brochures. 5540, this is the travel. We're requesting an increase of $500, a total of $2,000, so we can continue attending our annual VSO training for certification and accreditation purposes through the Texas Veterans Commission. As I mentioned, in the budget request, I did list a truck lease request, which was about $17,824 annually. We can eliminate that since we got the donation of the pickup truck. So that's a change. I won't request that in the budget after all. We will need fuel, which is about roughly $7,200 annually, and $500 of insurance for the pickup truck.
And will that be a wash? Because before, didn't you have a vehicle allowance, and now you're going to have a truck, so some of that's going to wash?
It's going to be absorbed, yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
As far as personnel, Judge and Commissioners, let me get that. I did request 2 admin secretaries and 2 assistant VSOs. Total, that's roughly about $150,000 in total. I did list in your packet some statistical data from adjacent counties and their VSO offices. The one I would try to look at the most is Hidalgo County. Their office actually has 500 less veterans in their county, and they have 10 staff in their office. They have 6 VSOs, 2 admin secretaries, and 2 outreach personnel. We have 1 VSO, 1 admin assistant. So we're trying to, show that the need is there. We're running lean. And anytime we win a claim, we actually bring revenue to the county. So if a veteran gets 100% service-connected disability, they get $4,000 a month. And that's money that they spend here in the county. So the more claims we win, the more revenue we bring into the county. I did also list the 2 personnel that are coming in from social services on the budget. One is a social services manager, supervisor, and that's a transfer from 41,100, and then a senior accountant assistant from 41,100. I did also ask for increase to my salary so I can get in line with more of the department heads that have the same staffing levels and work assignments. But as I mentioned before, in approximate, it's about $200,000 in total, the total request. And again, there's no changes for the Veterans Cemetery, 1397. Are there any questions I can answer, Judge and Commissioners?
The total request that you're asking for, I know the personnel you're saying is $278,000.
Yes, ma'am.
With additional cost is $340,000, but what your total ask for is, do you know? What that-
Total, so with the positions coming in from social services, which should be a wash, they should bring in their own income. I believe it's 8, 16, in total about approximately $200,000, Judge.
200?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? I don't think so. I think we're good, JJ.
Okay.
And congrats on that new truck. It's very nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Have a good day.
Next up is Human Resources, Department 1245 and 1280.
Judge, I thought I was on for 11:15.
We are, we have a new schedule, you're 10:45 and 11, and we are moving right along. Hopefully we will. So we're asking everyone to please pay attention because.
Yeah, you might want to call some of these other department heads.
Peyton's already done that,
Okay.
told them to watch, yes.
Kind of cracking. Mr. Gonzalez wants to go home. So do I.
Connie, I have sent you a new presentation just now. Could you bring that up? I was going to print that out for the court, but seeing as I'm out of time, I was going to ask if you could bring that up.
We're way ahead.
It's not a bad thing. Although this is just hearing everything because we have no idea what our budget is, so it's easy to sit here and just listen.
Did you see it? You got it?
No, it hasn't come through yet.
Hasn't come through. While Connie is waiting on that, I just wanted to mention, I realize the court has some hard decisions to make. This is going to be another tough budget year, and I took a great detailed look at my budget to see if, number one, it was accurate, and number two, where I could make any changes if necessary. Based on my review of the budget, I had some discussions with Deanna on Friday, and I also spoke to Teresa. There was some errors that I made. I kind of panicked, and I thought that some of the requests were not included, such as Higher Right, LinkedIn Learning, and eSkills. But I actually saw that it was actually included. So I corrected that, and as a result, made some significant decreases in my original budget request, which originally totaled $189,385 between the two departments. Based on a review that I conducted, the changes that I made, I was able to get that budget request amended from $189,385 down to $67,629. Did that come through yet?
Yes, it did. Which one do you want first?
I would like the one that says Budget Workshop Summary Memo 722 updated. In this request that I have presented before the court, I did a review of my staff. Let me just get my document here. I actually reviewed one of my key associates' time, Melinda Robertson, and she's been put in some significant time, and based on that, which I will present to the court in a separate document that I've prepared, but I don't have with me right now. My apologies to that. It showed that she had worked about 607 hours over since 10/1/23 when her position was approved. Based on that and the amount of work that my staff has, combined with the reality that there are several departments that really need key positions, I've requested in my budget request a full-time talent acquisition specialist, which will basically do some of the things that the sheriff was doing previously by sourcing social media and also looking at local agencies such as the Workforce Solutions team to really source and attract top talent. That would be a key position for us, which would be a pay grade 24. Step one would be about $49,800 position with benefits that comes to about $60,429. And then I've also requested reclassification of my position. When I started with the county about a year and 4 months ago, I'd requested a salary of $110,000. That was graciously given to me by the county with a $10,000 move-in allowance. But I was not aware that there's a 3-year lapse when increases are done based on our current pay system. And I've actually done a wage survey which will justify the request. Currently, comparable counties are around $140,000 for the HR director, and the lowest paid director in the 5 counties that I did a wage analysis on is about $112,000. That's a significantly smaller county with about 1,800 employees less. So my request is for a reclassification from a pay grade 39 to a pay grade 42 with benefits. That comes to $19,508. I've also requested an increase to my vehicle allowance because I've been doing some considerable traveling. As you're aware, expenses are rising with fuel and vehicle maintenance. So with that request, that brings to my total budget request of $83,379. And also I realized that since COVID-19 has been in place, we have not done civil service testing, which is a requirement based on our current policy manual. That was postponed due to COVID. And since COVID has expired or not been a pandemic any longer, we're required to resume that testing. However, our computers are quite antiquated and unable to perform the duties we needed to do. So I was able to locate a software called eSkills, which will accomplish that task. It is currently used by Harris County, one of the largest counties in Texas, and is working well. And it enables applicants to complete the testing from their home because they can do it online. This will satisfy our civil service requirements to do clerical testing, and we can even update and modify that testing to include skills such as Word, PowerPoint, and Excel if the department finds those skills more necessary than just clerical typing. That would come to $14,250 for that software. And then there's a $1,000 increase request for post-accident testing. We've experienced a rise in costs from the Doctor Center, and so we're asking for that to be allocated as well. Combined, that comes to about $99,629. Based on tuition reimbursement usage, we have allocated $51,000. However, we haven't had a lot of requests for tuition reimbursement, so I can utilize a $31,000 savings in that area, which would help reduce my request down to $67,629.
How much have we generally done in the tuition reimbursement? How much?
Year to date, we're about $4,000.
Last year, comparatively, any of these? I mean,
there was a big decrease. I'm sorry to interrupt. There was a big decrease. I looked at this earlier. There was a big decrease whenever COVID happened. People weren't able to
Go to college.
Yeah.
Making sure we weren't.
And so it decreased there. COVID, it could go back up. I can't predict.
Absolutely. Okay. That was just a question.
Yes, ma'am. So based on that, I realized that we could utilize the savings in that fund accordingly. So if the court is unable to grant that request of $67,629, which would basically mean that we couldn't fund the position for temporary associate, for the talent acquisition specialist, I've developed another proposal for the county to consider. County, if you would bring up option B for me. Okay, thank you. With this request, I was successfully able to get the request even lower, still allowing for the pay increase that I've requested, and I will be giving each of you a packet with the wage analysis that I study that I conducted, as well as the additional attachments that you should have had this morning. I was able to actually get the cost down to zero. And so we would be requesting a total budget increase of actually zero if we were not able to fund the talent acquisition specialist position. I'd have accomplished that by reducing funds and some funds that we currently have that are not used, or that we could successfully delete and not incur hardship on the department. One of those funds would be a food and kitchen expense of $700. Another would be an other expense reduction of $1,500. $1,000 reduction in other services and charges fund based on unused portions year to date. And again, a $31,000 decrease in our unused tuition reimbursement, which would net a $0 increase and still be able to accomplish what I have requested. Does the court have any questions for me?
On the food and kitchen expense, is that for your job fairs, things like that? Is that what you use that for? Does that deplete that?
Yes.
It would get rid
well,
of
it wouldn't be for
completely.
job fairs. It can be for special events, like we had the externship event just last week, where I was able to purchase graphics for those type of events. That fund hasn't been widely used because we can only use that fund for the general public, such as those events. And so hasn't been a large request. It's been underutilized. I think year to date I've only spent about $59 in that fund.
But then then going back to the top, your first request and first conversation was about all the extra hours we have put on Melinda.
Yes.
That the new position would relieve some, and you're willing to cut that?
I really do need that position, but if the court is in a position where you don't have the funds to grant the request, I'd be willing to forego another year. It would still create a hardship on my staff because we have a heavy workload, but we've been able to get through it thus far, and we'll have to get through it another year. But I do want the court to keep in mind that we still have critical areas like the county jail, the sheriff's department, the constable's offices, and public works that have positions that are hard to fill. That position would be essential in helping to bridge the gap between those vacancies and fill them quickly.
The position, again, the position that you want, it's how much is the total for that, 68,000?
That would be a total of $60,429 with benefits. About a $49,000 salary, and if you include benefits, it comes to $60,000.
I'm sorry, what's the total?
$60,429.
And that could be the only thing, right, that really makes a difference right now, right?
Yes, sir. Along with the e-skills, which is something we really need to ensure that we are complying with our civil service policies and our personnel policies as well.
Okay.
The 14,250.
Yes. Those would be listed on the first request, but I've included a second request, which is kind of a bare bones request to get through another year, but we do need the court's assistance in helping HR to be able to perform premium services to the departments that it serves.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I think the court administrator, I think they said she wasn't going to be available until later or something. So next up, and one, I see you guys here. Did y'all get the new schedule? Y'all are later on, but we're moving very quickly. If I get through with the next one and nobody's here, I can bounce you in if you want to. Sorry. the computers were down Friday, and I think a lot of people didn't get the latest when we changed the schedule up, so I apologize for that. Health and wellness is up next. And this is a new department, so it's not in our books. Did we get something passed out?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I do have a few handouts. I don't know if I can pass them up.
Sure.
It's all right. Thank you.
You messed it up again, Teresa?
Don't get flustered.
Okay, I'm sharing two things with you. The first is just a quick overview of where the department's moving to us as we've taken on some new tasks coming towards us. One being public health, and the other being, well, and this is still a maybe, is the burials and the cremation.
The burials and cremations have to move forward. That is a statutory duty of the county government, so yes.
So can I take that as a given that's coming my way?
Yes.
Yes.
What, that was coming?
That the paupers, burials, that has to go to a department to take over, yes.
Not a given for me. I mean, we haven't voted on it, have we? We haven't voted on where it's going.
Where it's going,
Right.
yes.
No, it's not a
But
given
right
for me.
now, it's not a given, but you can discuss that because it seems like the likely place with you sitting there, but
Okay.
But it's not included.
the
in
rest
not
has
included in the
not
budget, I don't think.
been.
It's not included in the budget though, right?
I did place it in there as a possibility, just so I can.
This was
As a
just an
placeholder.
ask. Yeah, this is not voted on, decided on moving forward, yes.
So, as I said, two big things that are my big placeholders are the public health and the paupers burials, and then maintaining a lot of the main services. But based on those two things, what I'm presenting here is, in page 2, is our some changes to our budget. If you look from the first portion, I was just basically presenting our 23-24 budget, seeing that total of $253,168. Where I'm adding the change request, of course, the big one being under the public health services is having an approved contract for those public health clinical services. And I'm emphasizing the clinical public health portion of it because there are other portions to it. That right there, the change would be $922,870, and that's still.
That's not a change, that's already gone out for bid, and that is a set amount, yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's a contract we have to provide the public health, yes. Okay.
And the second thing here that I have listed, I do have the indigent burials listed, just on the estimated cost from last year, about $140,000. So that's being added to that as well. Because of these changes and knowing that there's going to have to be some processing being done of paperwork, I am requesting a temporary clerk, which is what my change there of $21,248. Now there are some additional activities that we will be covering, and particularly with the public health side, and that's why I'm having the change for what I refer to as office supplies, but in that does include some heavy marketing for the public health side of things that we would be doing. And so that's where the big change of that 5,000 comes from by adding that addition there. As far as the public health too, we are required to participate with meetings regarding the Texas Association of Cities and Counties with health officials. So in order to cover the cost of attending that primary conference that's held each year, I'm adding an additional $1,000 to the travel. And then
An additional, the top part is your initial, what you were already getting over
Yes.
there? Yes. Is there any increases in the top part of the page?
No, the top part is what I've been getting. The middle part is the changes.
Okay.
Now, the last thing, of course, is talking about staffing. I am requesting a staff reclassification for myself and for my coordinator, and that's what that 65,559 is. Now, I do have another sheet just to kind of explain this reclassification. Mind if I hand you all these packets?
Sure.
I don't see the change here.
Thank you.
The top, you said the top one is what you have now.
Yes, the top is what we have now. The middle are the
middle, but I
change
don't-
requests.
But I don't see the change on the reclassification on the coordinator or yourself.
It's 65.
That's the 65,559.
For
That's
both
the
of them?
amount he's asking.
That's the total
for
amount.
them.
Okay,
Yes.
but for both of them?
Yes.
So which is which?
How much is divided up? Is that on here?
No,
20,
Sorry?
it's on page 120.
We just put it on there.
Got too many pages everywhere.
Should have just put it on there.
So these are changing yours and Aaron's positions to these two,
Yes.
deleting the two and changing your classification and name, job duties, everything.
Yes, correct. Now, in the packet that I handed y'all, the
Okay, hold on, I got one more question.
okay.
So from Aaron, it's got 64,210. It's going to 74,443. That's what you got, right?
Yes.
And yours from 105,165 going to 148,616, right?
Yes.
I want to make sure I got it right. Okay.
Now, in order to explain that, what I provided was that on that packet, kind of a organizational chart of types of personnel infrastructure to be able to have funding from dishes, from the TCEQ, in order to do a lot of these functions that we're proposing for public health. Trying to maintain things on a very conservative basis, basically me as the director would be encompassing those duties that those individuals would be doing. So I am providing what the job descriptions would be for what I would be doing, and those other positions, whether we get to those in the future or not, but those duties still need to be completed. Now, as far as at least a wage evaluation, I did look at different counties. I did look locally with our city health department. Basically, the request there is around what they typically pay their managers, not their directors.
But all this court has moved forward with, the only thing that we have approved and moved forward with is the contracted agreement with the public health portion over there at the clinic.
Correct.
Yes. So right now, there's no additional duties whatsoever for you that has been approved for going forward.
Correct.
Yes.
So this
There's
is-
actually no duties because it's contracted.
So these were, well, there are duties associated to it, and they're listed, and they are listed there as, and I can highlight those that are, as far as when it comes to the obligations with the state, because we will not be, in order to qualify for those funds, it's coming to the county, not through our contractor. So there are still.
Qualified for additional funds, we're requesting grants, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
for the grants and contracts from.
But we haven't asked for
No, we have not asked for
anything. We haven't done anything. The only thing that we are doing right now that has been approved by this Commissioners Court is the contract with the public health portion.
Correct.
Okay.
Including all these functions that are listed, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. None of those were approved by the court other than going forward with Amistad, is my recollection.
Yes.
We hadn't voted on anything of the duties
Exactly.
that are being done. Okay, just making
Exactly.
sure that's clear.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know how relevant this is, and I don't want to get too much into a whole nother issue, but while we're talking about this presentation, which I do appreciate, is you've put a lot of thought and effort into it. I know that you've met with me several times on this, Doctor. And on the environmental health services part, referencing this great flow chart that you have,
Yes.
is that or any of those functions covered by Public Works at all, or is it all done City County Health Department, or what was City County?
At
Health
the
Department?
moment, there's City County Health Department.
Okay, so that wouldn't go, or does it need to go under Public Works? I'm just asking while Juan is here. So it's just something to consider. I don't know if that's your main plan in the future, or if it does, because the OSSF permits and all of that, obviously that's a function of public health, but Public Works has a lot to do with it too. So I know it's not on the agenda. I just want to talk out loud while we have one here, so maybe y'all can connect and figure out a little bit more of this, because I think this may be something to continue our talks into the future, and between now and final budget approval, is that these are some of the things that are going to have to be worked out.
Yes. And we have had some discussions to kind of see some options of how could we approach this. So all we can do is present options, because as much as this has not been, I guess, approved yet.
Sure, thank you.
Just to add that too, in talking about the environmental services, eventually we can get those to where they do have fees to where that they can offset those costs for what those services are. Same thing goes with the clinical public health. That does, in the future, we do have the option to apply for grants through the state that can cover some of those costs. It won't cover everything, but it will cover some of those costs.
Administrative costs too?
Yes, it really is mainly, the funding they provide is really mainly for infrastructure. So it does have some administrative costs there.
Go ahead.
Doctor,
Sorry.
yes, I'm sorry, no. And so, looking at your comparison for 3094, the health and wellness, you show the 23-24 budgets, the differences, right?
Yes.
And then assuming that a lot of these variables are included in the community wellness part and the public health part, if it is all actually included into that hub that you're kind of proposing. I was looking down on the chart that you provided us, and it shows 23-24 hospital district budget. So is that the amount that was already allocated to you?
This was the 23-24 allocation.
Okay.
And so based on what we're placing it at, that could be the potential 24-25 allocation.
Okay, so it would be actually less?
Yes.
Less of an ask?
Yes.
Than last year? Okay.
And we had talked to them about us reducing our ask with the increase that we put on the hospital district this past year to try to help them as well. This is most of what we've been working with on trying to come up with these numbers.
Thank you.
So on your office supplies, you'd be asking for an additional 5,000, and instead of the 27, it'd be 7,700?
Yes, ma'am. have that broken down to what, based on previous cost, and so it's stationery 700, based on printer toner 1,400, paper 200, the printouts that we typically made around 400, and the marketing is the big one, which is 4,000.
But all this really is contingent on whether we do anything else with that building, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
And again, someone falls on the capital outlay too, so.
But there's no department right now for these funds other than what has already been allocated.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Any
questions?
other questions?
I'm sorry, guys. I told you could go next, but yours is very big, 3 different departments. The medical examiner is here. Do y'all want to jump up? Apparently, everybody has the old schedule, so if y'all want to move forward, I'll get you right after them, I promise one. You'll just have 3 departments. It's probably going to be a lot longer. Let me see where they have the schedule.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. For the record, Forrest Mitchell, Director of Operations for the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Rajesh Kannan, the Chief Medical Examiner for that office. If I first could be allowed, I want to thank the Commissioners Court for the show of support by providing additional ARPA funding for the equipment for the new office building, including the significant allocation of funds for the stationary forensic x-ray machine that will be added to that building as well. That was a significant ask in our capital items that we had submitted in May, and so the request for the medical examiner's office has been significantly reduced with those allocation of ARPA funds. There are a couple of changes, though, that have occurred since the original submission of this budget request in May. And a couple of those I kind of want to highlight to the Commissioners Court in this request. First and probably foremost is the award of a new contract for a transport company. So the amount currently allocated for transport we think will potentially be insufficient. The cost of the transport contract has increased, and so we will be seeking additional funds in that area. It's very difficult to predict exactly how much that will be, but we are anticipating anywhere between $30,000 to $50,000 additionally. The office is currently attempting to reduce the number of cases that are being brought in as storage cases. And so our investigators are deploying to each and every Metrocom call that comes into our office regarding a death notification to try to reduce the number of storage cases coming in and coordinating with funeral homes.
I'm thinking back, and I thought that change with the transport wasn't going to be an increase, that it was already in your budget. I'm correct, I must be wrong, apparently, if this is an increase, but I wasn't thinking there was. And you're saying 30 to 40,000?
But we're estimating between $30,000 to $50,000.
Okay.
We were negotiating down the dollar amount that came in for that contract was higher, and the contractor has provided a significant reduction based on some of the things that the medical examiner's office is doing. But we are attempting to reduce the number of storage cases, which we anticipate currently is about 10% of the number of remains that are brought into the ME's office. So we're hoping to see some savings there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
You know, Mr. Forrest, I've just got a question. I understand the company, the contract that they gave you all the price, whatever. Now at the end saying we're going to go up on the price. Is there a reason they're going up? And you're saying because of what you have. My question would be, we have 4 stations there, you know, for the autopsies. Do we need all 4 stations, or can we do with 3 stations?
Well, the building that we're building today is the building that we're going to have for the next 30 to 40 years.
But it'll be
And-
ready for the next station, though. I mean, everything will be set. I'm just
Right.
asking if it's gonna help. I mean, you might have 4 stations, but we might not be able to be using all 4 stations, you know? Because we also put the numbers together from the other, one we went to see, and they only had like 3 stations, and it was Berry County, they weren't using all of them. So I'm just saying, it's something that we can kind of play around here and say, you know what, everything's connected, everything's there, all we need is a table, you know, that was the plan to begin with, I don't know, or the architect, or, I guess maybe it's your request, but you know, I think, can we look at something like that, and can you come back and say, hey, you know what, we really don't need all 4 of them right now, I mean, maybe a year from now, or 2 years from now.
Well, sir, we'd be certainly happy to talk to you about that. You know, not every day do we have 4 cases stacked up, but generally on Mondays and Tuesdays, since we do autopsies Monday through Friday, we need every station that we have. You know, I believe this morning we had 6 to 7 cases that we are working simultaneously, and each of those stations would be helpful because each tech could have be assigned each of the 4 stations. So I'd like.
And you don't have a walking crew?
And we are actually reusing 2 from the old to negate the cost. So we are working with the architect to use some of the older ones too.
That's not what he told me, though, so I didn't.
2 of them will be reused. Right.
Yes, sir. So in the new autopsy suite, we had asked for 4 stations, and then for the decomp suite, we will actually recycle and reuse the stations that we have now in the medical examiner's office to reduce the total number.
But on this budget, you're not requesting any additional equipment or anything. We covered all of that, right?
That's correct, Judge.
Yeah, so
all the
that's
capital
what I'm-
items requested have actually been, are now
What I'm
funded.
saying, Judge, what I'm asking them, we approved, it was set for 4 tables, and we approved it, right? But normally on the plans, it was only gonna have 2. 2 other ones are gonna be set in case we just need to bring back a table and connect it, right? All the wire and everything's there. The stations were there. So, but eventually, what happened, I guess now they're gonna use all 4 of them. So do we need all 4 of them? I'm just saying, to move monies around
Well, the money for equipment was ARPA money that we allocated to that. I don't know that you can use that money to,
No.
yeah.
Yeah, the money the original, it was ARPA funds that came out of the $7 million.
The $7 million and the contract, and they're
Yeah, but that
working on it.
wasn't, but that wasn't the original contract, you know, and me, Juan is here, but he won't know, but that wasn't on the original contract. You know, the original contract only had 2 completed autopsy stations. Then when they went to 3, then Javier came back or said, you know, we're gonna use, I talked to Fars, we're gonna use all 4. Okay, fine, if you're gonna use all 4, you know, are they gonna use them? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about, if we talk about monies, that, I mean, we can always bring it back a year from now and set it up if we have to. I'm just, you know, I hear what you're saying and
Yes.
what you're asking, but, you know, I don't know if we can do anything to help.
We and Dr. Tang, we are trained in Berry County, and when the cases are loaded up, we actually use all 4 of them. Right now, that is the problem we are facing, is lack of stations. So that will be really helpful.
Okay. My question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, guys.
That's quite all right, Commissioner. I'm happy to work with you and explain it further offline. So the other areas that have changed, in addition to the capital outlay being eliminated through the use of ARPA funding, the other area that has changed is in the area of the transport costs. And as again I said, it was difficult to exactly indicate the change. But when you look at over year, this will be the first year that we are also now going to have to pay the online maintenance fee for the Quincy Tech case management software that we have. Through an agreement with the Commissioner's Court, we eliminated 1 position last fiscal year and this fiscal year. to cover those costs, and that will be seen in additional operating costs. The medical examiner's office is also seeking to reclassify or create a new job description. In this fiscal year, we lost our chief criminal investigator through retirement, and rather than replace them, we have just hired regular investigators. We're now seeking to create kind of a field training officer or a senior medical examiner investigator who can work with me to supervise the investigations team. I've assumed that role since the retirement, and this person can serve as a field training officer. We believe that would be a very small cost of approximately $4,000 to $5,000 for that position to be reclassified. And we actually, I think, already have that currently in salary savings from the reduction from the chief investigator. One of the additional things that the medical examiner's office is seeking potentially to provide a COLA for the medical examiners themselves who were excluded from the last COLA since they are in Schedule M. One of the things that we want to highlight is that over the last 2 fiscal years, we have significantly reduced the number of temporary doctors that we are bringing in to perform temporary autopsies on behalf of the office. In the fiscal year 2022-23, there was over $273,000 spent on locums doctors. This year, that number has been now reduced to only $12,000 or 4 days of coverage since the beginning of the fiscal year. And we think that that's a significant savings and reduction. So there is that request for a COLA. And then we're also asking the Commissioners Court to consider the potential of increasing the cremation permitting fees for the office. They currently sit at $65. We're seeking to raise those to the actual cost of providing that service to $90. As we have progressed in the development of this office and the reconstruction and improvement of the operating systems there, we are finding that we are investigating more cases and more cremation permits, and that costs not only an administrative cost through the staff, but also the investigators and the medical examiner. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'm good. Do you have any questions, anybody? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I told you, Juan, since y'all been sitting here, I would get you up next. So if y'all want to come up next, yes. Are y'all here with the court administrators still? Y'all have a bunch more people coming, don't you? I was told there would be more this morning. Oh, okay. Well, I'll get back to you then next. I'm sorry I went ahead and...
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Yolanda will be doing the presentation on Road and Bridge.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm going to start with our Road and Bridge Department. We don't have any salary increases. The only increase that we're really are requesting is in our materials. The cost of materials has gone up substantially, and we did cut our materials last year, and that really did hurt us this year. So we're asking if we could please get our material funding back.
That was $500,000 last year.
Excuse me?
I think that was $500,000 last year that y'all cut in.
Almost, I think it was, that was for our capital, and for our material, I think we cut down, I don't really quite remember, but we are going to need at least $400,000 this year to replenish our stockpiles for our aggregate rock. That is at least $86 a ton, and we're usually trying to get at least 5,000 tons to replenish our stockpiles. And there's a an attachment that can show you the increases in our material throughout the last 3 fiscal years, that it has gone up substantially. We also are requesting extra funding for the ditch cleaning and the drainage. That's going to take more material, maybe contract services to help us to do that. Okay.
The total ask for this department?
Excuse me?
The total increase for this department, the total amount you're asking?
For the material is 431,000 for the increase in material. And the next biggest increase will be our capital outlay. We are requesting several pieces of equipment to be replaced. 2 new pieces of equipment for replacement. We do need an excavator to assist us with roadway work and any small plumbing that will be useful also for trenching. Instead of renting one, we could have, it's going to be a mini excavator to help us with that. And we're also requesting replacement of 1 water truck that was totaled. It was in an accident, and so we're down that 1 water truck. We needed to be replaced. And 2 dump trucks. We'll be replacing some dump trucks that are no longer feasible for repairs. One is a 2016, and the other one's a 2006 dump truck. We're also requesting a replacement of a brush truck. This brush truck will have an attachment that's a grapple with a hook that will help us to better clean the drainage and the ditches. We don't currently have that in our fleet. So having this brush truck with this extra attachment will really help us to do that. And then we're also requesting the replacement of 2 tandem dump trucks to replace a 2011 tandem dump trucks. These are just, we have 2 additions, and the other pieces of equipment will be to replace older equipment that is, the repairs are, it's not feasible really to, some of the dump trucks, the parts are just kind of really hard to find these days.
Well, some of this, I know y'all got some ARPA money to buy equipment and stuff. There was some purchases done this year. It kind of maybe would help if we knew what you had, how many you had of those, and
with the ARPA,
how short you are.
With the ARPA, we purchased 1 reclaimer.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have that in stock. I mean, we didn't have that in our fleet. That was a new. Mm-hmm. And then we requested 3 gradles and 5 mowing trucks.
And you got all of that.
All that was purchased, yes, with the ARPA funding.
Okay.
They were all different pieces of equipment that we needed to be replaced.
And I guess we have that list in there, the equipment, the other trucks, how many dump trucks you have and everything. That's kind of something, I guess, that to be addressed. I know the water truck was destroyed. Do we have any other water trucks?
We have 2 older models. One is a 2011 and the other one's a 97. We are trying to replace a 2001 currently. It never got delivered, so we're going to have to probably go back through the process of trying to cancel that order and try to get replace that order back to order a new one.
Okay.
How much is that for the new one?
For the new one, for a water truck, I have an estimated 180,000.
You know, we can go to the surplus and get a used one, good one, and All he needs, might need services, but it's a lot cheaper, 180,000, might be 30,000.
Was just going to recommend the same thing, Commissioner.
Exactly.
Yes, but I think that the thing with that is the older the models, the harder it is to get parts.
No, not everything, but, and Juan has some equipment right now, we got some already. He's got that, what, 3 equipment we got for Juan already, and it's still working.
Yes, Commissioner, and that's correct. The main thing on these water trucks is that the water trucks, some of them don't have the baffles inside the tanks, especially if they're models that have been.
We need to find out what they have, right?
Yes, sir. No, I'm just kind of.
I don't mind going and check if you want to go.
They don't have the baffles, so what happens is they don't have the right distribution on the water, so they can have you can have more of an accident.
Yeah.
You don't have that in the tanks itself.
We're not going to buy something that's not been. Probably you can get it for $500, but,
But we're willing to look at them, Commissioner.
yeah. I'll work on, I'll help you on that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, we had a conference recently, a few weeks ago, and talking to some of our colleagues in the area who still do it the old precinct road system kind of repairs, and they're responsible for purchasing the equipment and, of course, hiring the staff. Every day I appreciate you, Juan, and you and your team, and the fact that we can always turn it over to you is helpful. But one of the commissioners in Jim Wells County said he bought some really reliable equipment, and that's what he's forced to because of his budget. And so I'm not saying like everything, but please make that a consideration at least so we can see if we can try to save money. And what equipment's going to be better suited for probably a used purchase than something that says, no, it's just more cost effective to buy it new because we're still going to have to buy hard to find replacement parts or costly replacement parts. So justify it. But I think that will be a helpful message for the community to understand that we're looking at every option here when we're looking at the budget, because we want to give you, and we know we need to give you these large purchases, because when we call, you just jump to it, right? You don't ask the hows and whys, you do it. So if you can just find what up here if you're looking for and what doesn't meet that, and you come back the next time and say, yeah, there's some equipment we can try to do that, I think that would be helpful. Because I'm hearing it from several colleagues. I heard it, like I said, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and so there's a market out there, and it's exactly what Commissioner Gonzalez said, which is through the surplus is where they're getting it from.
Drainage District bought some that's still using it. So.
Drainage District as well locally, yes.
So the total ask for this department with everything right now is the
1.5.
1.5? Okay, moving on to 0121. Engineering.
Yeah, I think, we're not going to do engineering.
You're not going to do anything on that one? No increase?
No, ma'am.
No increase.
Okay. And 1570, there is something in here.
Removing the 5,000 increase that's on here.
There was something,
Software?
Oh, it's for the AutoCAD probably?
Probably for the AutoCAD. Is that for the?
In the microphone, please.
I'm seeing 5,719. It's for the ESRI art.
Oh, the Esri, yes.
And
the
then
Esri.
Bluebeam maintenance.
Right, we purchased, the Esri, that's our GIS, and that went up substantially in the renewal, so we need to,
So
that
you
is
are-
a need,
that
that
is
is a
a
need, we
request.
need that renewal. And the Bluebeam is a new software that we acquired for the engineering staff. It's for,
That's for reviewing drawings when we have architects and engineers that submit to us, Judge, and we mark them up back and forth instead of making copies and.
That's just, in that department, all you're asking is the
Yes, ma'am.
5,719?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Now, the 1570? I knew there were more people coming.
Whatever increase, I'll just go through.
Okay. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Teresa, I have some
There's an ask of 10 million in this department.
Yes.
I'm having a stroke here. Hello. It's like, sorry.
No wonder you didn't give it to us until last minute.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you, Connie. I'm going to need that.
281,000.
And Judge and Commissioners, this is just for, on the first item that's, I'm not sure if you have a copy of this one. Do you have a copy of this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, on the one that we have is for AHI, there's an additional increase of 360,000. And then the other one is just, we had some items that we wanted to increase or ask for like the AC ducts, for the electrical panels, and then for some plumbing and some doors and parts for the jail replacements. And then we had in here some items for remodeling, painting, and stuff like that we included. And then also to replace some of the lighting and trash removal. And then I think on the roof replacement, that can probably be taken out. Oh, no, this is for Robstown. We have an item in there for Robstown for doing roof replacement. And then also some, at the McKenzie, doing some parking lot rehab.
These are capital improvements? Are these basic functions? Or are these?
These are capital
outlay?
improvement.
Yeah.
Capital improvement, Judge. And then some of these are like for the roof over there at the Bo Weevil building that needs to be fixed. And they are having water going into the building when we do get heavy rain events. So that's what we're asking for.
10 million.
Yes, ma'am. But,
Okay.
you know, you can always ask.
Okay, thank you very much.
10 million?
Do you want to go? Yes, Judge. I think Nora has to.
Judge,
Wait, where's
we
10
just
million?
want to,
Yeah.
Where's that? You're asking for $10 million?
$1 million on 1570 on replace electrical panel. $1 million for plumbing rehab. I thought we already have plumbing is going to be done in the other. Or is that in other buildings? $1 million for remodeling and renovating, painting. $1.4 million for roof replacement.
That's $10 million.
Yeah, these are just projects that were.
I get it's all for county work.
Yeah.
So wait, you're asking for $10 million in
$2
this budget?
million for overhead doors.
for all this, you know.
With a straight face, y'all are asking for $10 million
Yeah.
in this budget? Seriously, it doesn't hurt to
Well, I
ask.
mean, Commissioner, we're put the numbers where we think that we ask our staff what needs to get fixed, and these are the items that we just threw everything together, and but it's just something that we're looking at.
Well, where were some of these requests during the fact when we had all these ARPA funds? Some of these could have been ARPA fund requests, right? We spent money on projects outside of Nueces County that maybe these kind of things would have been asked for, maybe commissioners, and we would have spent at different places.
Yes, sir.
So why wasn't that done? I mean, I'm not.
If
This
these
is
are
not like I'm
really
not laughing at this.
needs,
This isn't even
yes.
This isn't even a reasonable request. But so I mean, I guess you can say you can always ask, and I usually sit pretty quietly at budget hearings.
Yes, sir.
Until you come in with things like this that kind of tick me off a little bit, because if these were things that needed to be done, some of these could have been ARPA requests, right?
And then just making that statement, Commissioner, we've asked this before in previous budget years. These aren't the same.
No, I'm asking you, could some of
Yes,
these have
sir.
been
So these-
requested for ARPA funds? Yes
Yeah,
or no?
and they were. I think, if I'm not mistaken, these have been requested for the past.
Were these,
probably
were any of these
3-4 years?
requested as ARPA
2
funded?
years.
Were any of these requested as ARPA funded projects that would have been qualified for? Any of this?
I'm not sure, Commissioner. I can't answer.
I mean, you're not sure. Yeah, you should be sure. One, I mean, you're the guy making the request today, so you ought to
Yes,
know
sir.
who's requested it,
Yes,
because you
sir.
say it's been requested before. And we had a bunch of money for ARPA funds that went to outside things that, in my opinion, and I did, I'm guilty of some of it, so not a huge amount, but some. And we should have been asking you should have been coming in here saying, hold on, commissioners, hold on.
We have
Raise my
major-
hand, raise my flag before you spend all this money on all these outside things. We've got all this money that could have been spent on county projects,
Yes, sir.
right? So none of this was asked for in ARPA projects, or some
Not-
of it,
not
some of
that
it
I'm
would have been
aware-
allocated.
Not that I'm aware, Commissioner.
Okay,
Juan, can I please confirm that these 10 million is on top, because you kept your base budget in, and then you added itemized lists on top of it. So for 5260, you kept your base budget of 2.25, excuse me, 2.225, I'll get it right in a second. You kept your base budget of just like 2.225 million, and then you itemized on top of that. So if you keep your base budget, that keeps everything that you already had the previous year, and then you're just adding your increases that you need on top of that. This, you kept your base budget, and then you itemized everything again. So I think that we have some things that might be duplicated, but I would need to get with you and confirm. I'm just throwing that out there because it's 10 million.
Yeah. Well, the base budget annually, last year's budget was the 2.2.
2.2225.
Yes. And all the increases are capital improvements that are listed back here. Yes.
Like in the 2.225, it includes last year's AHI allocation. So if you're rebudgeting the entire contractual amount for AHI, well, part of that was already budgeted in the previous year. So it's just the amount of that
together with them. Yes.
Okay, on the AHI, Judge, the last year when they got approved on 22-23, the allocation that only give to us was 125,000. The increase from the janitorial from the old to the new was 484.74 shortage for that AHI, and only 125,000 was given back to us.
And
so
your
there
budget
is a short for 250.
Is that correct?
9,000 at that year, and then this new year, because there was a budget cut, there was no allocation that was given to us. So
could also be why that department is out of funds
Sure.
already. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was short.
Thank you. The next 3092, vector control. Are you in vector control, HR? It's like, you don't have anything to do with this.
On vector control, you want to go, Yolanda? Yeah, we're, what's that?
Should be okay.
Yeah, on the vector control, we don't have an increase, but we were going to come back and request, and we didn't get that in our budget. What we had done is deleted one of the job, or requesting to delete one of the, and it's not in y'all's handout, Judge and Commissioners, is to delete one of the positions and increase, to upgrade to a foreman on vector control, and also to one of our facility maintenance managers that's doing work outside in the surrounding buildings. Again, this is not, it's not something that y'all are given right now, but we have proposing for that, so we can probably.
How much of an increase would that be?
On that one for the, it was going to be a 0, right?
Oh, if you delete the.
Oh, no, that was.
Well, but vector control is paid to the hospital district.
Yeah, but
Correct.
we have to meet with them to get the budget approved, so if we're,
That's right.
so if they're asking for more additional, I thought that we were asking for more, yes.
Can y'all submit the personnel forms?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
There's 2,500 for overtime in here.
right.
You want that, right?
But what we wanted to do is to, I guess, to reach out to the hospital district to see if we can do that, to increase one of our vector technicians and increase it to be a foreman to oversee the other vector technicians.
So what's the increase though for that? What's the increase?
I don't have that.
No?
I don't have that.
You'll have to fill out one of those forms, a request, and then we would be the ones to vote on it and reach out, so, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what
Okay.
I guess that's basically what we're asking. Can we submit one of those to you so
You can
we can
certainly
request it to the
submit
hospital?
one, just like you submitted the 10 million
Okay.
requests. I'm like, please do. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
But we have money on the other one that they've given us. I can't use it from there a little bit?
Vector? There's some money in there, they want to change it around. I'm sorry,
Judge?
do you have something?
I have the handouts that I should have gave you earlier.
Okay, you can give them to Teresa, she'll give them to us later. Moving on to the court administrator, I believe y'all are all here now.
Whatever we ask for is nothing.
It's not $10 million.
You can remain
Good morning.
standing.
In 2020, Nueces County faced a jail overcrowding issue with inmates needing to be outsourced out of county. Stakeholders came together with different puzzle pieces to try to solve the problem. One of those pieces was applying for and accepting a grant from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission to create 2 indigent defense coordinator positions to assist defendants who qualify to receive court-appointed counsel. This was a 4-year grant. The first year, TIDC reimbursed Nueces County 80%, 60% for the second year, 40% for the third year, and 20% for the final year, which is where we are currently. While the employee request looks like a $135,000 addition to the court administration budget, the request is an approximate $35,000 increase to the county's overall budget, since we are currently funding 80% of the expense. Excuse me, with a transfer from the grants department to court administration. Our 8 district courts and 4 of the 5 county courts at law utilize the indigent defense coordinators to appoint an average of 530 felony appointments and 500 misdemeanor appointments monthly in 2024. County Court number 5, which handles juvenile and CPS caseloads, uses a wheel but does not utilize the IDCs due to their approximately 30 appointments per month. I provided you a breakdown of paperwork reviewed and appointments made per month by the IDC since the beginning of the grant in 2020. As you can see from the chart provided, the number of appointments has steadily increased over the past 4 years, which corresponds with the rise in crime in our county. The IDCs arrive at work about 7 a.m. every morning to ensure that defendants are appointed an attorney within 24 hours of magistration from both the City Detention Center and Nueces County Jail. Our 2 indigent defense coordinators are exemplary and dedicated employees. Robin has been with the county for 25 years and Sandra for 18. They have held various positions within the county and the courts. This has been an asset as they have added other tasks to assist our county stakeholders in continuing to ensure defendants receive fair and adequate justice in our county. As discussed in my budget request, the IDCs assist the sheriffs and the courts by reviewing email requests from inmates that are now available on the tablets issued to them, including requesting information on their cases, attorneys, and attorney complaints. The Sheriff's Office reported to the Board of Judges that there were 1,097 emails from December 2023 through May 2024 regarding attorney issues. These are now being filtered by the IDCs and either answered or forwarded to the courts and attorneys for handling. This has improved communications between the courts and the inmates, where lost paperwork is no longer an issue. They have also taken on notifying attorneys when cases have been no charge by the DA, since that information is not available on the public portal. These notifications average approximately 1,000 per month. Attorneys are then able to close the case in a timely manner. If the IDC positions do not continue, the responsibility of appointments will fall back on magistrate and/or the courts. There is a greater chance of a defendant slipping through the cracks and sitting in jail for longer periods of time, potentially causing the county thousands of dollars. The sooner a defendant is represented, the sooner he is able to be released and/or have his case disposed. If one defendant falls through the crack, it costs the county approximately $80 a day, which equals $2,400 a month. If 10 defendants fall through the crack, that equals $24,000 a month, and if that happens monthly, it's about $288,000 per year. There have been multiple occasions where the IDCs are going through the jail list looking for inmates needing representation and have found others needing hearings, bonds, or to be released. They have proven to be an important safety net to ensure rights are not violated. The IDC positions help keep a fair system of court appointments. The IDCs notify defendants of their court-appointed attorney contact information the same day of appointment. If they've already been released from jail, the defendants are notified of their attorney when they call in to verify their contact information. If they did not request an attorney at the time of magistrations, the IDCs follow up, previously in person, but now utilizing the sheriff's email system. And the courts will send defendants down if they appear in court and need representation. Also attached in your folders is a Board of Judges resolution when they met this month. There was also a Bar Association representative who voiced their appreciation for the hard work these ladies do and how helpful they've been to the attorneys on the court appointment wheels. They also included a resolution from the Bar Association supporting the continuation of these positions.
I assume these positions are already in our budget book from last year. They're not itemized out as a grant. Since we pay for those, we're paying a match. Are they included in this, or would this?
They're already in there. They're reporting as a grant. They're not part of this department yet.
Not part of this department yet.
Correct.
So, okay. And you're saying this next year it would be like 35,000 increase? And then after that, what's the total cost it would be for the county that would be the following year moving forward?
No, this is
this
the.
year.
This is the next year,
This is
sorry,
the
the
next
next
year,
year,
yeah, so about
yes, because they're still
135,000.
on the bottom part of that, yes. Okay, that's all. Just the
My other ask was
35,000 increase?
Yes, ma'am. My other ask was 10% salary increase for our court interpreter. But that's also was discussed at the Board of Judges and with the court staff, so I wasn't sure. But because he's under me, it's included on my personnel.
So what are y'all asking? What's the bottom line?
Total ask?
43,500 increase. But if we're including the total, it would be 143,500. But new money is 43,500.
So the transfer that goes from the general fund to the grant will be decreased, and the positions would be added. And so the net change, the additional cost to the general funds, because the transfer is going to go down, but the positions are going to go up. So the net change is the 35,000 that she's requesting.
I would just say, I know y'all are relatively new to the process and appreciate all the work that y'all do. And we know we have several department heads, elected officials who have been here or presenting or are currently watching this budget process today. And all I can tell you from experience is continue to monitor this. Don't just assume because you came and presented today that we remember all these details, because I always warn everyone, it gets fast and furious in the last 30 minutes of our final budget vote, where there are motions and counter motions that are made, and some things can be overlooked. And even though it may be a priority to us, we as a court are trying to make all these accommodations within reason based on what were presented from the budget office, our auditor, and everyone else. So monitoring this by Zoom is helpful, or I know everyone's busy, may not be able to devote time sitting in here, but at least to follow along so that you can give some input, because these are priorities, I think, to all of us. We've all been here as a court to support this office and the requests that have been made, and to honor the work that's being done, and that the judges all agree and support this. You know, to me, I take notice with everything, but especially on something as important as this. So just as a reminder to you, as much as it's a reminder to us that, yeah, if there's, we know it's always a bigger ask than maybe what you can live with. We know everything you feel is needed. But if there are certain priorities, you would say, if I can at least get this one added, please make sure that you're continuing to give input up to the end.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, you don't have to be here all the time. It could be you or anyone from the office monitoring it, but just as a reminder, because this is a lot to take in, and you've heard those numbers already being thrown out, and they're all legitimate asks. There's not anything really that's any fluff. These are just things that have been delayed over the years because of the budgets that that are realized, that are just actually literally happening because of valuations and things like that. So, like I said, just a helpful reminder as we move along in the next month or two.
Hey, at least you followed the $10 million ask, so that's not, that's where I'd want to, that's where I'd want to be. I wouldn't want to be, yeah, anyway. Good, great points, Commissioner Matos.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Crystal, we'll do I think Constable Precinct 5 is not going to be here today. I got a message. So moving, Constable Mendoza had an emergency, not going to be available. So we're moving on to the county library.
Okay. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for listening here. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Ida Garza. So a few things that we're requesting from our department. An increase in other personnel. We want to do a 4-year increase for an armed guard, so that would be an estimated at $3,500. I know that Commissioner Manis gave us money about 2 years ago, so slowly add that every year gradually, so we can have a full-time 8-hour day armed guard there at the library. Due to the increase of infrastructure, and then so they can also guide us through the code of conduct and secure our patrons there at the library and for staff.
And that is increasing an employer. You said he gave it to you before, or is that ending?
It was during 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was after the Uvalde incident.
Oh, okay.
So yes.
Thank you.
And we also want an increase just a new cell phone line. That's about $600, I believe, for a new cell phone line for the county librarian for emergency and workload criteria. And an increase in supplies for $1,000 in that. Let's see. An increase for software and maintenance due to the inflation of prices for our software on there, and then an increase in books for the prices on that, so that'll be a $10,000 for 5424 increase. And then for our other personnel, we increased personnel 2 group pay steps, and then we also want to increase or eliminate our temporary employee position and then add a new library clerk to the Keith Family Library.
And on this personnel, it doesn't list the law enforcement officer. Is that on?
No, because
it's contract services.
Contract services. Okay. So the total ask from the county library is the $16,068.
And then I know you'll see if it's in your budget packet, our stats that we've added on there just to secure what we offer to our patrons and the public, and then also our infographic. And I know I email y'all monthly statistics that we have for the library and upcoming projects.
About 87.5.
Is the total? Is that with the contracted? That's not with the...
It's including operating and the positions.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
87,500.
Okay.
And the law library 0150. Let me get my paperwork for that.
Don't have anything in here.
Yeah. Okay. So that one, as a law library, is it's a special library focusing on the needs of people performing legal research. It helps the general public, including self-represented and pro se litigants, that find law libraries a helpful resources when conducting legal research. So it is used by the lawyers, paralegals, judges, and more. If you haven't gone up there, we do provide proposed adoption regulations, case opinions, books about law, legislative history materials, and legal encyclopedias, and more. We also help users here in the courthouse. They go up to the law library to navigate the law library collection, find relevant forms, and direct users to research sites and research strategies. So I believe she requested an increase in the Westlaw, and she also requested an increase in supplies of 600, the Meraki for 2,400, and then operating in Westlaw to 48,000 to increase that due to the internet and for a mandated combined contract. There's also an increase in legal books and backprints of 79,000 and a RICO printing services of 5,445.
All for the law library upstairs?
Yes. And so I know there's also, she's just by herself, so an increase in a pay group step on there on the personnel. Four group steps up there.
Total increase 148,654.
For upstairs?
For the whole library department, right?
No.
No, that's just for the law library.
148,000?
Yeah. And I thought we decreased the Westlaw last year because we had those stations that were available that we didn't need
think
so
they're
many
online- they're
different
online too, so.
subscriptions. Is there a bigger need now? Is there a
There's
hold
some
up
need
in
there.
the line or something? I've never really, I go past theirs, I go up there occasionally, but
So there's some quick stats that I know I have here. I can make copies for y'all and give it to Teresa. That so the 4-year totals, there's been 22,000 people attending. Pro se litigant visits 5,800. Attorney visits 1,600.
4-year total?
Yes, people for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Legal form downloads 1,000, and that's just from TechShare, the
Yeah.
legal form downloads. Personnel assistance, just with her right now, and I know there was another employee there. There was a 13,000 that she's helped. And the pro se litigant seeking legal documentations, 3,600 from 20 to 40 ages, and then the ages 50 to 80 to 2,700. So there's been some people going up there. I know there's in the infographic I gave you from the county library, you'll see how much increase to a circulation up there that she gets. So we did get people up there, and so you'll see there on the infographic, the law library for fiscal year, the pro se litigants legal documentation is about 2,500 people.
Okay. And while you're here, before you run off, I just want to take this time to point out and thank you for stepping up and everything you have done in Ida's absence and your first time up here before us doing this as well. And to note that I didn't see an increase in your own salary or anything.
I think I just put for all personnel on the county library
Yeah.
for 2 group steps for everybody. I think that's
That is
including myself.
including you.
That was just,
I know we had discussed, and that's something that will have to be discussed later
Important.
by the commissioners and in boards, that there should be some sort of fund set aside for all of those employees in those departments when you have someone out for this length of time and you're doing that job plus your old job and not being fully compensated for, and you have stepped up to the plate tremendously. We're very thankful that you were there and everything you have done. So we hope to maybe work on something in the future that will take care of that and help you to be compensated while you're doing a job that's not yours too.
yes, thank you. I also want to thank my coworkers because they've also stepped up as well.
Everybody over there, yeah, that has continued to run and function. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Have a good day.
D, you're here, emergency services. Do you want to do yours now? Are you ready? I'm sorry, you were here, so I was like, okay.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me go a little early so I can get some other paperwork done. So 5,100, that is basically the fire calls, and it also included the fire marshal position that we were trying to get contracted with Chief Clack. That doesn't seem to have worked out very well. We had some barriers and have chosen to forego it at the moment. So for that budget, it was at a 124,494. We'd like to decrease that by 25K because that's what we had set aside to pay per year if we contracted a fire marshal. So that budget will go down to 99,494. On the 5105, basically it's a wash for most of it.
You're wanting to utilize that decrease though, right?
Yes.
And another, so you're saying go
I'll
away.
get
So let's
there.
keep everybody hanging on.
I will
Yes.
get there. But the 5105, we reduced the maintenance and repair by 500. We reduced the other services and charges by 6,000. And that was just based on what we were seeing and what we were spending over time. We weren't using that much. However, instead of just getting rid of it, we did need to bring 2,000 to travel, 4,500 to professional services. Professional services, somehow when my budget and the risk management budget rolled in together, somehow my 3,500 and my professional services went away. So I'd like to put that back in, and that's why that's 4,500 instead of 3,500. We want an additional 1,000 returned or asking, but it's all a wash. We just moved money around. Does any questions on that part? Okay.
You're just moving, it didn't get put in last year, so it's not. You're asking for that money to be put back in there.
Yes. But it should have never been taken.
It should
I
have
think
never
it was a mistake when everything got rolled over with Workday and everything else. Somehow it just disappeared.
I think it was the budget cuts that we had across the board for all the departments.
So you're asking for years back, yes.
Well, it wasn't cut from my budget, because if it was, no one told us it was cut, because that was, when we went through the budget process last year, it was there, because, I mean, you're going to zero me out on professional services.
People last year in your budget, we cut positions
Right.
or something,
But
so on
that-
top of that,
But if you took 3,500 from my professional services, you zeroed me out.
No, I think that he reduced, whenever it was the risk management reduced his professional services, and then that reduced professional services moved over to you.
But all you did
So
was move
your
over the AED, so you took mine away too.
because the AEDs, that's what he used the professional services for, and he was required to do the maintenance and upkeep on that, so yes, yeah.
And then there were some mistakes in my budget that we just fixed with a budget change order, because when it rolled over wrong. They had it in one place and they had it in another, so we fixed that. So for contingency funds, typically it's always been 25K for the last 2 years prior to me coming on board. Last year, I took a $10,000 cut in that contingency fund. That contingency fund, excuse me, is for basically disasters. And we all know that this year is going to be a very busy year. We've already had 3 storms in the month of June and July, and we're predicted at an 89% chance that we're going to probably get a hit this year. So I would like to bump that back up to at least 15K, because right now it's at 10. And then my biggest ask is I did take a pretty good cut last year with my positions. Being in the emergency management office now for a little over a year, I need another person. 2 of us can't do everything that's supposed to be done. I am asking for another position of an emergency management specialist. If you look in your packet, I also did a job assessment. So basically what I did is I took the job overview, I gave all the job essential functions that this person would be doing, how much part of the day they would be doing, so you could see exactly where this job is coming from. These are things that are not getting done very well, because between Kathy and myself, there's just not enough hours in the day to get all this done. There's a lot of monitoring we do, a lot of preparedness we do, a lot of files, compliances that we have to take care of. This person would be mainly more administrative and planning. They would help with documenting and tracking all of our emergency activities required for compliance, reimbursement, and reporting. They would help manage our training programs, drills to prepare the county staff for training, maintain ICS Incident Command System records, tracking the Web EOC users and the administrators in the county. They would help out with the CBCAM reentry program. We have over 100 industries that race to get these reentry forms in at the last minute when a hurricane season's coming up. That takes a lot of time to get those records put together and signed and sent back out. We're kind of lacking in our outreach and our presentations and our meetings and getting out to the community and helping people get prepared for these things. We need help in managing the MOUs, license agreements, or standbys. I've been going through them myself, and we're having to race to get some of them before this hurricane season because they expired in 2018.
Excuse me, so you're asking for one more position?
Yes, sir.
Or
Just
two?
one position.
One position.
How much is, what's the amount?
The total amount of the position would be $55,475 and some change. That includes the benefits. It would be a step one, 23. And part of the reason is it's actually the base pay would be $45,427. It's a little over $10,000 in estimated benefits, but I'm hoping that the $25,000 that I had in the budget for the fire marshal contract could help offset that cost, so it would bring it closer to about $30,000 for next year. Of course, that would go back up to the 55 the following year. But we really need this position. There's only two of us, and we can only do so much. And I want to make sure.
Three.
No, there's two, myself and Kathy.
What happened to Timothy?
Huh?
What happened to Timothy? Did he go there?
Taya was ARPA funded.
We put risk management was moved into emergency, but still under risk management. Timothy and his staff still do all the insurance and buildings and assessments, and they don't do.
But they can't do the whole thing. I mean,
I can
I'm
give
sure
you
you're not out there every day.
Yeah.
I don't have it with me, but I can give it to you. For the last year, I've asked them every single day to give a task list to me. So they have bulleted on a daily basis for the last year what they are doing. So I would understand what they're doing in addition to what we're doing. They have a full plate. They're doing workman's comp. They're doing all the stuff with the insurance.
Can you give me a copy of that?
I will give you a copy. I have to put that together. But I have been keeping track of that for a year. Risk management and emergency management really aren't the same. And it's hard for me to ask them to do things that they're not trained to do. I need an emergency management specialist, a planner. I need somebody who really understands it to do this, to manage it, because
I understand, but can they get trained?
we've got black holes that we're falling through.
But can they get trained, or one of them get trained?
Are they trained in emergency management? Have
Well,
they gone through the
take
training?
they have taken the ICS 300s. They've taken all the emergency online FEMA things. They help out tremendously during emergencies. But from a day-to-day standpoint, they have their own business that they're taking care of.
And there's three people. Two is Timothy and two?
No, Timothy and he has
one.
Adrea.
Only has one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Anything else, Dee?
Well, since you're on the subject and I'm up here, I'm at least going to mention it. this really isn't me personally, but I would like you guys to consider looking at the travel and mileage and food per diem for employees. Not so much myself, but
All employees?
well, anybody who does
Yes.
travel mileage or whatever, we're really behind the 8 ball on this stuff. You know, we've got people that go to Fort Worth, or you go to Austin and you go to a hotel. The hotels there cost more than they cost at Corpus Christi. Same thing for mileage. I think federal government is at like 57 cents a mile, and we're still at 47 cents a mile. And the gas prices haven't gone down since either. Food per diem, we're still paying our employees $16 for each meal that they have. You can't even buy a Happy Meal for $16 anymore. So I think if you follow the federal guidelines, there's per diem. It shows you exactly if you're going to Fort Worth, this is how much you should spend on a hotel for government, and this is how much you should be reimbursed for meals at different times. Just consider it. That's all I'm asking. Lastly, we put a lot of money into other organizations, like Commissioner Chesney was saying. We talk about how we want to incentivize our employees and things that we want to do to keep the good employees that we have and keep them from leaving us. You know, when I worked for the government, we as directors had a certain amount of money that we got every year that we could use to thank or incentivize our employees that went above and beyond. It was based on meritocracy. Not everybody gets it. But what it did is it allowed us to give something to those that were stepping up to the plate, and hopefully also incentivize those that saw it happening, that they would kind of step up to the plate as well. We can't pay our employees a lot more, but if we put aside money every year that your department heads could use to thank employees, I think it would help morale quite a bit. It's just a thought. So, other than that, I am done.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
On my list, we have the district attorney, the county attorney, and animal services. I think Scott is coming, Scott Cross is coming with coastal parks as well. I'm sorry, are you here?
I'm Lynn Cap. I work down in the district attorney's office. I know you asked for us to come up earlier. I'm just here to announce that Jimmy's in meetings.
Okay,
So we won't be able to be here early.
that's fine. We'll do them after lunch,
I
yes.
appreciate that. Thank
No,
you so much.
thank you very much, yes.
About IT.
IT also.
They're skipping, aren't they?
They're skipping? Okay.
Yeah.
So and what about, where'd Jenny go?
I just asked Peyton to check and see.
No, I want IT here.
What?
I want IT here.
And juvenile probation, did you say they were skipping or coming? Juvenile probation?
Juvenile probation, the district clerk, and IT, they all had net zero.
Okay, so juvenile's
So
out
they're
too.
not- They were moved.
Okay, so we're waiting on coastal parks, and you said he's on his way?
Yes.
And county
From
attorney, so we're down to, and then we'll do district. Yeah,
county attorney and animal services is doing the clinic, so she's going to Zoom. She wanted later, as late as possible.
Animals.
Constable 5 couldn't make it, had something come up.
Where's I didn't have animals.
Coastal parks, if the county attorney is available.
4 departments remaining.
4 remaining. Huh? Okay. I am going to take a small break. Does anyone else need a small recess? And we'll be back here in 5-10 minutes. Yes.
It won't bother us if the copies
ahead.
come. All
Okay.
right. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us the opportunity to visit with you on our request and elaborate why our request falls within the personnel manual promulgated by the Commissioners Court. We are extremely proud of the work that we do. I believe it's at a very high level and protect the county on a broad area, not only the parts that you all see on a daily basis, but others in the community more on an individual level that we'll get into later. And I want to point out that we are asking for these changes during the budget process, as is provided in the personnel manual. While we have watched other offices come in during and outside of the budget process, with success, we are and have chosen to honor the budget process and those requests that be done, during the budget process. And Commissioner Chesney, I know that during those meetings you have said rightly each time that if we do this, we know that the county attorney's office will be in here asking the court to honor its personnel and do the same. I know there's. Do I need to pause, Connie?
It's just, I can hear her, but.
We can hear, but you can't, or what?
Does this work now? Is this better? Yes. Okay. So, yes, that's what we're here to do today. We are here to keep that appointment with the court. Notice, and of course, last year we did not ask for any increases. We did do as requested and decreased our budget. I and others in the office, we got rid of travel, car allowances, and as the sheriff talked about, and Commissioner Mars, you appreciated from the sheriff's presentation, he showed you that he has skin in the game. Well, travel to conferences is important to our professional development and maintaining, and we have used state funds, the state supplement for that. So we are meeting that request with the other sources of funding to continue to do the things that are important for us. So what I want to do is just give you a little outline. I want to talk about what are the boundaries from the personnel manual, what are the expectations that we have here, what are the rules promulgated by the court, and then we'll follow it up with the numbers. What are the facts in this case as we'll treat it, I guess, and then finally we'll get into a reminder for the court. I know you've heard this yearly, is what are the things we do and how does that compare? How are we going to apply the rules to the facts as we find them? So the ground rules were created by the court, and they'll get that up for you, but I'll go through them, I guess, if I need to. And you should have them on a printout soon if you don't already. 3.19 of the personnel manual describes how the court expects to decide how pay groups are applied, how salaries are analyzed. And it won't take long for you to see. The supervisory responsibilities of the job, we all deal with that in our office. All the attorneys supervise one or more, not only other attorneys in some cases, but then staff members to accomplish their tasks. The fiscal responsibilities of the job, I can get into this more later, but I mean, come on, every commissioner's court, you're handling sometimes millions of dollars that have gone through the analysis of 1 to 2, maybe more attorneys in our office. So we score very high on that. The local job markets, interestingly enough, like Tim Soleil said, he's done a salary evaluation for his own request. So and all we needed to do was look across the hall. It's very simple. If we look further, then the numbers would be even more bloated than they are. The required training skills, test skills, and education, along with, and I guess, can you go to the next, are we, okay. Good, okay, I just wasn't sure. So, training, education, experience. 152 years of combined experience in our office. No other office has that. No other legal office has that in our county. The vast majority of us have over 9 years of experience. So what you are getting in our office is that level of protection of the county. And I know sometimes it's uncomfortable and it you know, is not exactly what you want to hear, but that's our job. We're not here to tell you what you want to hear. The hazards of the components of the job, that pretty much has passed. We're in a better place now. But the stress factors of the work I want to go into, that's not just for the attorneys in our office, that's for the staff also. There's a thing called secondary trauma that some of you may have heard of. I think Commissioner Mars, you probably have more experience, also Commissioner Chesney. When all day, every day, what you do is sit with people and hold their hands and serve them through the most difficult parts of their lives. When a woman is describing being punched and beaten while she's holding her baby in her arms, that is a situation where our staff members serve those people day in and day out. Not just the staff, the attorney too obviously takes them to court and talks with them. But this is right on that list. This is not a list we created, commissioners. This is a court document created by the court when they said to the employees, well, this is how we're going to evaluate your jobs. And we're looking at that list, and I see stress factors on that list. Any other compensable factors, I think we can get into that later. Second important part of the ground rules and our parameters here, and I'm going to read 3.21 to you verbatim. Upon request of the appointing authority, the Commissioner's Court, if it determines that past salary practices have resulted in payment of an employee at an, in bold here, inequitably low rate as compared to other employees in the same class, it may raise the salary of such employee to a level it deems most equitable. Same class. What do I mean there? I mean an attorney who can work in one office and then walk across the hall and learn a different flavor of the same basic job. That's a job class. A clerk who can be in one office and go to another office within the county, learn the procedures of that new office. That's the same class. Or an office manager who in one office is labeled office manager and gets a pay 5 pay groups above what someone who does the substantive work of an office manager across the hall. I'm going to say those are the same class. And they need to be evaluated along the list that the commissioners promulgate in the personnel manual. And I'm sorry it's cutting in and out. I don't know what I can do.
It's not you.
Okay. So, who are our counterparts? I've laid the groundwork for that. Well, the most obvious one is the district attorney's office. And I want to include in this the public defender's office. Now, right now this year, I don't believe the county is funding any of that office, but we anticipate that it may be in the coming years. So I do want to look at the public defenders in a comparison because they also follow our pay group descriptions and format. So I am including them for that purpose. The funding sources for our office do not come exclusively from the court. And I know in the past, I'm just asking I do want the court to acknowledge that. About $244,000 out of our budget comes from other sources like the hospital district paying for one position. CPS pays us a certain amount. We think it should be more to pay for what they receive, for what we do for them. And then while the hospital district has, and for 2 years, provided a supplement, there is no agreement or expectation that that happens again. So we are hopeful that it might, but that is not something we can count on.
I have a question quick before you move on. I know you said, moving across the aisle in these other departments. If these other departments don't get these supplements, how does that keep everything equal?
They get different supplements, Judge. We had to fight for that information, but we did finally get it. They get supplements also.
But they don't have to use them on employees you choose to?
I don't know what their obligations with their supplements are.
So if you're going to make all this have to be level, then we've got to change the rules, and we can't get into that part of an elected's
Well, no, I'm not.
opportunity, or we're paying one attorney a different pay than we're paying another attorney because of the supplements. And because you choose to give yours to your employees, then the next person that gets elected into that office, then they choose not to, then the county still has. So I'm trying to, I know we had this discussion, and I just think this bodes clarification.
Absolutely.
Because you're not comparing apples to apples. There's no way to get it across the board fair.
And what I would like to do is, in order to get that fairness, I would like to talk about what each pay group is, apples to apples, without the supplements in each office. And that's why, because you don't know what the next elected's going to do. And the truth is, for years, our office has used the supplement in order to cover the gap that I will show you in visual form. But the gap has become so big that the 1325 is no longer going to cover it. And so we are here, as we have been in previous years, to say we've been able to cover that for this amount of time. I have attorney twos doing high-level work, and the reason we're able to keep them is because they have been able to use that 1325 to make them, even though their job pay group is not adequate and inequitable, the pay that they take home at the end of the day has done somewhat to make up for that. And so that's what we want to do, is we want to make sure that their pay group is done equitably and fairly as per the 8 things in the personnel manual. Recognize
that's the one thing that you said this court has to follow, even though we can't require you to make your employees show up to work or have a time schedule or anything else. That's the one thing that we do, and you're stating because of this, we cannot allow different pay scales in different departments.
I'm saying you have to
pay the
perform the analysis that has been promulgated. Now, that goes into the core functions of each department. Because this county, by the last census and by the latest even projections, the statute is that after 355,000 people, the court can do, hours of this and that. The court has made no findings and would have to do so upon reliable, verifiable evidence that it would have 355. But you can't do that in order to give yourselves more power. You'd have to do that if you're doing a redistricting or something like that. So with the core functions of the court being...
But you can do it if it's a legitimate finding.
If it's a legitimate finding, there's a little fussy part with if you're doing something in order to give yourself more power, you would need that much more.
I don't know what power we get. I don't even know what power we get by it. It's just
the 355 is the specific thing that she was referencing, giving the discussion about making electeds and department heads have their offices, not department heads, elected offices be open a certain number of hours or certain specific hours.
That's not my intent. My intent is simply because we are.
It's not a power thing. I think it's just a universal thing. If we've got to make everything else so fair and across the board, then our hours should be the same as well.
And that is a great thing for the county, but as far as that statutory privilege given to the court, it's given to the court specifically in those areas where they fit within that statute, and we just don't fit in that at this time. So finally, the funding for the district attorney's office, like we talked about, they have Chapter 59 forfeitures. They do distribute those supplements as, but that's why, in effort to have the apples to apples discussion, I was hoping to take the supplements on each side out of the discussion. But we don't have to.
I'd like to know for sure that they have supplements in the other departments, too.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Yes.
It took a long time to get those numbers out, but we finally did, and we're able to backwards engineer, and you can clearly see on the numbers that we were given, and I can provide that to you, where they have supplements. because I think, and you may be able to remember better than me, of the supplements received, I think our office has maybe 10,000? About 10,000 more in supplements. So we're not that far off in supplements. But we are far off, of course, in the pay grades. Public Defender's Office, I think we've been through.
Is that the chart supposed to move, or are we?
Almost.
Okay.
We're still
sorry.
kind of in the numbers before we get to the specific numbers. So part of the discussion and part of what you've seen this morning is people coming in and saying, hey, I have 57 empty slots. I'll get rid of 2 to do this other function, or I'll get rid of 1 higher pay and do this and that. We're not in that position. Okay. We are fully staffed except for the ARPA position, which we are having a struggle to get posted, but I think that's going to happen soon. I'm hopeful. If it's not filled by the beginning of December, then that goes away.
November, middle of November.
Okay, there you go. So not counting that ARPA position, we don't have anybody to say we have an empty slot, take that out and spread out the wealth. But that being said, that's not just too bad, it sucks to have a small office. We're just going to forget about everything else. The court still has the obligation to make sure that it's performing the analysis and the listening to the electeds. Now, you have to listen and perform the analysis. That doesn't mean that any elected gets to come in and say, this is our budget and you have to do it. So this is us making our case in the framework provided.
And what's the bottom line as far as just to get, assuming for sake of argument that we 100% agreed with your analysis of clerk versus clerk, legal versus legal, without getting into that for now, what is the bottom line ask to get your lawyers and clerks up to the same level as other lawyers and clerks? Because the argument made before that because someone has more cases is not compelling to me, because the value of the cases that y'all handle is absolutely compelling, because, I mean, it's huge, right? So I think you could argue that one both ways. So just let's keep that off the table, and I don't want to get into a match between the DA and the county attorney.
We could go
Who's
outside
more
attorneys, who they
So-
hire out. I mean, you
So
could go all day long.
what's your
And
bottom
we're
line?
not here to disparage any other
No,
attorney's
I know,
office at all,
I know you
not
aren't.
in
I
any
know.
way.
So just what's the bottom line on that one?
The bottom line to bring it actually within is approximately $1,000. We have not asked for that. We have cut it in bits to be able to bring it partially the way there this year, and in hopes of bringing it the rest of the way there, depending on what happens in their offices in the following year. To do it this year, we're asking for $258, 251 cents.
58,000.
258, 251.56.
We said yes on that $258. It's like, yes.
Got it.
Yeah, that was easy. Okay.
But can you go to the triangles? I think we can skip to that one. Okay, so to show you visually what I'm talking about, I think Cisco's going to step in and describe.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. What I have up here is a graph where it looks kind of complicated, but it isn't that difficult to read. What we're going to do is I want you all to look at just the blue sections only. So that's like the triangle that's shaded in. And what we've done is we put all the positions in chronological order from 34 all the way up to, I can't see that number, 48 maybe. And what you can see is at the very beginning, you see the blue section where it shows that the county attorney's office has 5 people. So that's why the little blue mark is really high there. And then you go down to the next one, which is 35. And then you can see that we have 2 people there. And then you actually can see the exact number, but that's not too important. The most important part is just the shapes and the colors that are there. So what we see with the shapes and the colors is that for the county attorney's office in the blue, and that's all we're looking at right now, there's a gap. There's a hole right there between 38, 39, 40, 41. We have 0 positions right there, what's being highlighted. There's nothing there for the county attorney's office. And then if you go all the way towards the end of the graph, you can see that there are other positions that other offices have, and there's a gap too. You have in that area right there that Connie's highlighting for us. What you see is you have the elected officials or department heads are categorized at approximately 47s or higher, and on our situation, well, we have that the little blue triangle in the middle. That's because it includes our county attorney as well. So our county attorney is there and not on the other side. And then we have like the first assistant there, which is also less than the one over there. Next to it, there's a little green triangle, but we haven't really looked at that yet. So the key takeaways, 2 key takeaways. Our graph is bottom heavy. We have the triangles really big on the bottom. There's a hole. There's a gap in the beginning and the end. That's the main ideas between the blue. If we look at the red now, the red are the numbers for the public defender's office, and you see that it's equally divided. There's no gap there. They have on the upper end, they also have the public defender. There's no gap in the middle. And then with the green section, you see the district attorney's office, and what you can see is in the gap, they have several positions there that fill up the gap, and then they have more on the upper end as well. So what this shows is that there are gaps, and I know earlier they were mentioned that, well, yes, there are supplements, and the supplements help a little bit currently right now to help fill in those gaps that are there. So those supplements are helpful. They get some of those into some of those holes right now, but not entirely, and that's why we have this, that's why we're making this ask here.
And comparatively in the departments, and just for fun, the number of employees in their department versus y'all's.
So what we've done is we've normalized the graph, or what we've done is that is a great question. So what we've also done is we've normalized this and we've done it by percentages so that you can actually compare the percentage of distribution. So that basically it's a chart that's tracking like the maps better. I'll move to that one. Let's see, and it's where is it? Correction. Okay, this part has two parts. There's the first one and the second one. The first one here on the left, that's what we were looking at a minute ago, but it's miniature and you can see the gaps there. But that is based on percentages. So that's more of a one-to-one comparison. What you can see is in our office, 45% are the attorney 3 position, and then you can see the other percentages there. The ask that our county attorney is going to ask for in a little bit, and is what it does is you can see that in the second diagram, and the most important takeaway there are 2 takeaways. The triangles are more lined up now there. We still have a gap. There's still 2 gaps there, but that's what the supplements are currently doing. They're helping fill out those sections. And then I guess there's a third takeaway, and the third takeaway is in the beginning what we've done is and the animations are currently not working because this is an animation that would show the shift of that big triangle right there. And if the animations work, you would see the shift going over a little bit that way, like where Connie's pointing at right now. So we've shifted some of the positions that way. We still have the gaps, and that's what the supplements are helping with right now, but there's still gaps, and that's not even including the supplements that the district attorney's office has in addition to that. This is just the one-to-one comparison here. Jenny, excuse me.
And so I want to point out the 258 that I mentioned includes the 2 new attorney positions. So I don't want to say that it would take 258 to bring who is there now into more alignment. Does that make sense?
Which level attorneys are you asking for in those 2 new positions? Sorry.
Intros,
the entry.
Low level.
Okay.
We still need, and I still value very much having a progression. So we're happy to have entry level and have a way for people to move up to the office. So we're not asking for all of our attorneys to be moved up. Are there any questions before I kind of try to jump back in? I would point out that for the ones where, Cisco was talking about how my salary is this or that, I'm not asking for the court to do anything regarding my personal salary. That can be taken care of with the supplement if needed. So yes, that's not I'm not here asking for that for myself.
I think that's one of the things we discussed in another meeting, that should probably be applied more to yours to relieve the county's burden so we can do it for others, because in the event you aren't here the next time, another officer, a county attorney might not wish to do those same things with their.
And that's possible, but it's not a full thing. The whole thing can't go
Towards
anyway.
yours, yes.
So there's a little bit of intricacy in that one, but totally okay to talk about and
Well, plus, if we get one request from one elected official, here comes the rest of them too. It's going to be the same argument I'm going to make that I did on that. So if one county, I don't think we can increase one elected official and not all of them.
and that's why I was pointing out that I'm not making that request.
No, I know you aren't. But I want to point out so that in case anyone's listening,
yeah, and you know they are.
Don't call.
All right, so we're not asking for the whole thing. Just to be clear, see what all we've talked about. See, you've asked questions and gotten through so much of it. Go ahead.
Do the legal staff comparison too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We have a second chart similar to this one here. This current one that we have up on the screen is just the attorneys, but we also did a similar analysis for our legal staff, and that one was even more shocking. What I'm going to do is show this right here. This is just a table here, and what it looks like our table's missing numbers. So if you look at our side, ours is the first column. We don't have anything 20, 21, 22, all the way through 27. It looks like I just forgot to add things there, but that's because we don't have any positions like that for our legal staff. They don't exist in our office. If you look at the district attorney's office, they have multiple positions in that range over there, and I believe they definitely deserve those positions. I'm not saying that they absolutely need an executive secretary, office manager, or these higher level positions. The public defender's office also has an office manager, then two that are level 17s. And what we've done is I've mapped the ask as a percentage before and after. The before, these are percentages. You can see that ours is bottom heavy, the blue, right? So we're the blue. Bottom heavy, then our office manager's right there. But then if you look at the other charts, and then that same one right there, those have positions that are way higher in the 21s and 24 positions. You also see what Connie was emphasizing right now, that in the 18 section, there's a large number there, and we have a gap right there. So what we've done in our ask, the one that Jenny's just presented, is what and the animation, I apologize, does not work right now, but the animation would show the shift from that large area in the front, shifting all the way down, and we're still not even asking for it to go all the way up to up until that end over there, but it corrects, there's a correction there. I guess the big takeaway is if you look at the second one, the triangles are now starting to line up. Like there's an overlap now between the two. And Jenny, do you have anything else?
So that's the ask, 250 approximately. You want to ask me something? Oh, okay. So yeah, why do you have a policy? Because it gives everybody a framework, what they can expect, what are the rules that you work by and the rules that you play by. It shows equity and fairness. You have a set of rules, we're asking you to follow them. A set of rules like that also shows when people come to the county, say they come to the county wanting to complain about this or that way that they were treated. The first thing we do is we say, look, we've got a policy for that, and we follow it. And that is per se the beginning of evidence that you've been treated fairly because the county has followed its policies regarding you in that circumstance. Anyway, you've seen the charts. I think we could talk to you all day long about the stresses, the numbers, and the numbers in particular, I want to ask Nicole to go into on the CPS cases because that's one thing that you don't ever see us do. And Nicole, can you specifically talk to them about the changes coming up and that have been in the last few years?
As the commissioners know, the county attorney's office represents the Department of Family and Protective Services in all exigent and emergency removals exclusively. If a child is removed from their home because of an emergency, child abuse or neglect, we take care of it. We have attorneys specialized in that. Over the past several years, there have been increases in these cases due to different factors within our society, but including population growth. Over the time that County Court 5 has had exclusive jurisdiction over child welfare cases, there have been 2 attorneys working in the county attorney's office on these cases. That the amount of cases has increased greatly, but the amount of attorneys handling them haven't. The Commissioners Court has recognized this several times in the past few years. You've doubled the amount of judges that handle the child welfare cases. Commissioner Chesney knows this world well. You've also doubled the amount of clerks in the office. If you talk to Ms. Lorenzen, she'll explain that they had to actually create a second clerk's position at County Court 5 to handle all of the filings. Who's doing those filings? That's us. And so the resources that it takes to do an effective and adequate job, we need more of those. The law has also changed to put us in a predicament where the cases take a longer amount of time and they've become more adversarial. Respondents are getting attorneys earlier in the process, and the cases now take longer because they're afforded what's called a 401 extension for certain factors. And so while cases used to take a year to a year and a half on average, they're taking much longer. And so that's causing more cases more hearings that have to be done on a daily basis by our attorneys. We handle over 1,500 hearings on CPS cases a year, and a majority of those we have to be ready for an adversarial hearing. We have to present evidence, make sure that our witnesses are prepared for each one of those hearings. And so that's something that you may not see in the front, in front of you every day, but it's something that we're really working hard on.
Thank you.
Okay, and then as far as specific numbers, did you want to go into some of that? So I talked about $244,000 of our budget that is not paid by through the general fund. That is what the hospital district pays towards the attorney. That does not include the $50,000 hospital supplement because that is not a guaranteed number. DFPS $98,000 for what they get. That doesn't. The general fund supports a lot more of that. Prosecution and longevity pay, those are the things that, yes, that we get, but that's removed from the calculation in part like the other supplements because we're trying to do apples and apples. And then finally, the MPO is not included because that's spread out between the work that the auditor and pay does for them as well as the legal work we provide to them. At the end, there's the sheet that shows you the 2 new attorneys that we're requesting and all the deletions and substitutions. Are there any questions that I can try to answer?
I have a question. How big is your law firm? Have you already stated that?
We have 11 attorneys, including myself, and then right now on staff, 6? 6 if you don't count the interns. We use interns as much as possible constantly.
So 17, 18.
Oh, interns are free, by the way.
17 or 18, okay.
Okay.
And then I know you did reference at the beginning comparable in-house to other similar positions or departments that offer similar function, legal-based functioning, even though you all are on the civil side. And then, I mean, I've always called you a law firm. I know other members of the court have and do, and that's one of the things that we need to consider. is not only in-house but outside in the private sector. And we ask your attorneys many times who are newer, who are looking for the experience or the appeal of the work that you do, that they're going up against seasoned attorneys and many times hold their ground or learn some quick lessons on how to improve the next time. So.
And we've had an incredibly successful couple of years, 3 years that we've been here. And I can't discuss many times the successes that we have outside of executive session because we would never want to put the county in a bad position. But I would ask you to recall the benefits that the county has seen from our office.
Jeannie, is there attorneys that work outside your office to kind of supplement their salary?
Do you mean, do my attorneys do outside work sometimes?
Yeah.
Yes. Mine is the only position in our office that is precluded from doing any type of other legal work. Oh, sorry, these two also. But what they don't do is use county resources to do any of that.
Yeah. But they're allowed to work outside?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Question, what is your budget done as far as outside counsel fees? How much, where's that gone? Up, down, middle?
Well, we inherited a lot of those. So we have endeavored to use fewer outside counsel. We only send them out if there is some type of conflict. We have stretched and stretched and stretched to not go to outside counsel simply because we are overbooked. Now, as far as numbers, I don't know. Can you answer that as far as?
Okay. But it's also important to mention that because we now have insurance, they require us to go with the counsel of their choosing. And so in some cases where we're going through TAC or something, we have to use outside counsel. But in terms, I don't have the specific numbers, dollars and cents, but in general, you can't necessarily look at it year to year like that because some cases, for example, we had a case, I won't go into the specifics, we had a case that recently was an incident from several years ago, but because of the way the federal court ramped up, it's this year that's taken the bulk of the majority of the costs for legal fees just because of how depositions have worked and how the discovery process has gone. But in terms of how many cases we have, that hasn't necessarily increased. How many cases we're sending out to outside counsel, that hasn't increased.
I guess I'm just looking to see if there is something, this one's a little harder for me. I normally don't say much in budget hearings, but I'm trying to look at this one because I think we have put ourselves in a bit of a box with the pay scales, and I'm not denying that at all. I don't know where to come up with $258,000, off the top either. So I'm just kind of looking to see if there's ways that can happen. Maybe if you're suggesting adding a couple attorneys and raising is one of the areas to look at outside counsel budget, because you do have a budget for that, I guess, that we give you each year, or is that just something you do
Yeah, we are not in charge of that account. That is not an account that we say, anything other than here are the bills. There are other departments that also use that for whatever purpose. I would think the consultants and things like that.
So
where do we budget for outside counsel?
It's in general fund.
So is it a
it's
line
not
item that we
budgeted.
do
In 1285.
and we just do it like for the whole county? We do it? It's
Yes.
got to be somewhere. It's got to be a line item somewhere.
Yeah, that's not included in the county
It's not
attorney
in the
budget.
county attorney's department, but it's budgeted in general fund.
And we budget it.
They post
Doesn't
all the
sound
bills
like
to
it's-
that account.
But we set that budget.
That's correct.
And does someone know what that
Do
number
we
is
set
right
that?
now?
Don't know the amount.
Yeah, so it's that account, that covers, some of that is outside counsel and some of that is other stuff outside of our control.
Well, yeah, I don't know if does the appointed
1280?
attorneys go into that, when the judge, does that go into the appointed attorneys also? That's a different line, right? Because they have in their own.
That's correct.
Right, so who would be taking from outside counsel more than the county attorney? It's not the judges' appointments, district attorney doesn't do that a lot. Who would do that?
That fund is basically the county attorney's office.
Yeah, I mean, I would think.
And we're trying to get can you just do the balance, maybe
How
what
much
we
is it?
paid year to date?
Well, that would be where I would maybe just, as we're looking, see if there's a way to,
Cut back on outside.
right, or to cut back on that budget and put some of that towards those raises and those new positions. Just as a suggestion, I don't know if that'll work, but
And there are others like the consultants, and then you have bond counsel. Those are important things that take that's their specialty.
just saying, take a look at it between now and when we come to the budget, because, it's a big ask, but at the same time, we've kind of done this to ourselves with some of the stuff that we've done with, during the year with people asking to do certain things that have put y'all at a disparity.
Major.
And if it helps, just like the sheriff was talking about, if we can look at one new attorney this year, and then we'll come back and ask for another new attorney in the following year, if we can bridge that gap, close that gap for the people that are there, I think that's going to go a long way towards keeping those experienced people doing what the county needs them to do. But I do want you to at least please keep in mind one of the two attorneys that we're asking for, if possible.
And how much did we have for ARPA, for y'all budgeted for ARPA lawyer?
300 and something.
No, I mean, how much per year? I know we did it out
It
for
was
the
an
entire.
attorney for, Teresa, do you know the answer to
It's
that?
like 170 was budgeted.
It was.
We had it in for 3 years.
I think it was, 3 years, but it was, I think it was more than that, but we've already used, we've got.
200 and something.
Well, yeah, there's only so much time left to fill, so we
Right,
didn't
20
need as much.
But all of 25 and all of 26 is, our calendar year, October, we've got 2 more budget cycles that's going to be used for, that can either be used for an ARPA, or you could come back and ask that, and it would be a kick the can down the road, which is also something I've been not for, but we've got some disparity issues in your office that this court inadvertently has helped create, and we were doing it with the best intentions, but it's caused what it's caused. So maybe you need to look at those ARPA funds, and we need to maybe make an exception for that I don't love and I've been totally against, but I don't know, I don't know how to fix this one.
There's only
exactly.
certain things that the ARPA attorney could be doing, and so we've asked for the CPS because we can clearly tie some of the backlog to that.
But we can use ARPA funds. We can use ARPA funds for employees. I mean, to filling spots on employees.
Any kind of employees.
Huh?
Any kind of.
We've been doing it for 3 years, so we can. So what I'm saying is, I know it's hard to find a position like that.
It would be hard because of the temporary nature.
Correct, but again, I don't like that I'm suggesting this, but we've also helped put you in this position, and so there's a responsibility to do so. You could look at that, and I know that's temporary, and that would kick the can down the road, and we have to deal with those raises down the road. But that might be something, instead of trying to fill a position that you've had a hard time filling, maybe you look at using those funds that have been allocated to your office in a different way that at least I would be willing on an exception basis to look at.
Okay.
I mean,
Make
because I
up
know
those
Commissioner
salaries
Gonzalez
then?
is looking at possibly using
It
some of
wouldn't
his
be a
ARPA
salary
funds.
makeup. It could be one person.
Have to be the individual instead, yeah.
So the two new,
What's the balance?
the 2 new positions is $191,015, including benefits. If we reduce that to only 1 new position, that's an increase of $95,508. So the total, including all the reclasses, would be $162,744 versus the $258. Just FYI.
I'm just saying, I don't like it, but I mean, we're also, in this to help you, and I think, without a doubt, I don't have any, I can say equivocally, your attorneys and your clerks need to make what other attorneys and clerks in this county need to make. How we get there is the challenge. So I don't disagree with your concept in any way. Just like I wouldn't disagree that a groundskeeper in one department needs to make the same, and a clerk in the district clerk needs to make the same as a comparable clerk in the county clerk's office. It's the same concept. We're out of line in your office, and I get that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything further? Okay, thank you.
We're good, thank you.
What was the balance of the outside counsel?
I'm running it right now. So the current year, was 278, almost 300,000 year to date for what's been submitted for payment. I'm trying to run last year's. I'm waiting for the report right now. Just a second.
That's what's been submitted, what was budgeted in there.
The budget wasn't by line item.
It's
It was
just whatever we have to pay. So that's why I
Yes.
said we don't budget for that. We just take it out of,
last year we
Yeah.
paid $675,106.
yes, thank you.
How much?
$675,106.
Thank you.
Coastal Parks, I think you're up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then we're going to break for lunch. I think our lunch is here, but they came from the island. I don't want them to wait, so.
Thank y'all. I tried to get here as quick as I could.
You did, and then we made you wait. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. So, I'm gonna go into some personnel stuff, and then I'll go Department 180, 181, 182, and then I'm gonna get into some revenue updates for you to wrap it up. So, in my budget, I did a request to reclassify 2 positions, one from a senior clerk to a senior clerk 2, and one from a senior accounting assistant to a senior accounting assistant 2 is all I made a request for in personnel changes. The other thing in personnel changes that I hope you can help me with, and I know that Lisa, Teresa, Dale, I need your support on this too, is these seasonal temps. I've been using them for 12 years at 40 hours a week following Department of Labor and IRS rules, and for whatever reason I have a hang-up this year getting them back. And so Lisa recalls me presenting this at a budget workshop many years ago. It didn't come to Commissioner's Court. It was something that we did with Judge Neal.
It's a temporary position. You just hire, it's
Yep.
advertised as a temporary position. It's ran as seasonal
Yep.
per the Department of Labor. It's an allowable expense. It's a temporary position. It's not a budgeted position. So it's never been, you don't have to have a,
Yeah, but he's
Budgeted.
saying they're not letting him do it in HR.
that would be an HR issue, not a,
Well, it's a budget issue because if he can't do it, then he doesn't put it in his budget. So it is a budget issue.
Well, I do budget.
Right. So you either have to, you don't,
It's already budgeted.
right,
it's
but he's saying
budgeted.
they
They're
would.
just not letting him advertise, right?
Yeah.
Right, but it's a budget issue because he's not going to leave it in his budget if they're not going to let him do it. He's going to move it somewhere else. So that's why it's a budget issue. So, it needs to be discussed with HR because I don't really understand why, after all these years, we're changing it.
So anyhow, I wanted to bring that to your attention. And then there's one other item. I'm not requesting this. I'd just like for it to be looked into. There's only a 15-cent an hour difference between a Parks and Beach Worker 1 and a Parks and Beach Worker 2. I happen to have a 2, but I'm like, there's something that's got to be off there if it's just 15 cents an hour.
That's the result of a pay schedule change that happened several years back. Commissioners Court worked with our previous HR director, and originally it was proposed that there would be 5 different pay groups for the entire county for all employees. Dale went in and he had to try to work the same magic with the numbers, using the same, you have this much money, but still be able to keep steps. And in order to do that, if you look at our current pay schedule, we lost, it used to be 5% between and 2.5% over. But whenever that change in pay schedule happened, we lost all of that.
So,
in order to give people something.
So we're stuck. So
The pay schedule would have to be revamped again to go back to the previous.
I'm not looking for all that kind of a mess. I just wanted to point that out because I've had, my level 2 worker ask me, is that all I aspire to is 15 cents more an hour? And I'm like, well, I'll bring it up. That's all I can do, Anyhow,
You could propose to reclassify a level 2, and if there's any other park worker level 2s, they would get the same.
No, I'm not going to do that this year. I've got the 2 requests that I want to make, and so I'm trying to keep my impacts minimal. So going into 180, that's kind of what I consider my main operating account. So what I'm asking for, these two things, these personnel requests affect 180, and also I'm asking for an increase in capital outlay. Can you get those things? I got one handout I want to give y'all, and it's concerning vehicles. And I want y'all to see this firsthand. Of my total vehicles I'm allotted in my pool, I've got 6 that don't even run. You can't even tow them to a junkyard. You'd have to trailer them. And so I'm making a request for $32K in capital outlay in addition to what my baseline already is with my cuts that I made last year. And thank you, Dale, for not letting me go so far as to completely wipe out capital outlay last year. I was going to. But anyhow, so it's according to Michael with the lease program, the total impact to replace 4 of those 6 vehicles would be $32,000 at $8,000 a piece. I can't even buy a brand new truck for that amount. So my total ask for you guys in Department 180 is only $37,033.60. That's all I'm asking for in Department 180 with everything I've listed combined. And I did make my cuts last year. I made 15.34% cuts last year to get to the percentages that y'all were looking for. He said between 15 and 20, and so that's where I ended up at, halfway in between on my line items. So I wanted to point that out. 181, I'm not asking for anything to change. I'd like for it to remain just as it is, including the contingency that's in there. That contingency is nice to keep there because we work hard, because every sale I have of an RV spot, there's a percentage that goes into 181, which is considered my coastal parks capital improvement account. So it's kind of like, things don't go away in that 181. And so as we build up that fund balance, we got that fund balance in 181 to be able to use towards something. Now, mind you, it's been hit hard the past couple of years with some of the cuts we've had. So, we just got to work at building it back up again. And in 182, that was the old Bob Hall Pier account. We established that many years ago. We took over operation of the pier. And I sat down with Dell and Lisa, and we decided we weren't going to carry a fund balance in there. So anything I made in 182, that fund balance would roll over into 181 to further reduce my request of the general fund. And it's interesting because I just want to point this out.
Okay, wait a minute. What? And 181 is what?
180 is my operating. 181 is the park improvement account, and then 182 was the Bob Hall Pier.
But it still stays there because it goes into the parks.
What?
Whatever revenue you make from 182, 81 it rolls over into the parks, right?
Well, if any revenue I make out of, Commissioner, I'll answer that question in just a second. I'm going to move towards revenue, and I think I'll be able to answer that question. So the particular thing about Bob Hall Pier that's really interesting, and a lot of people don't realize this, when we started in 2013, I believe it was in March, about that time, March, April 2013, we took about $68K out of 180 to fund that startup of that operation on that pier. That pier, with us running it, made enough gross revenue to where it offset that initial investment. It made enough money to cover the operational costs for the next year. On average, it would net us $235K. That was the fund balance that we worked on with Dale and Lisa not to keep in 182. It would roll over as part of additional funding for operational expenses to reduce my dependency on the general fund. So that pier, other than that one time in 2013, there's never been another tax dollar put into it. It's paid for itself. It's been all revenue that supports it. And so, because that's what I did in here, I put in some money in 182 request. If by chance we were able to get that pier built and be able to operate next fiscal year, I got to have something to start it up if I'm going to be running it. And so, don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it's something just to consider. And if it does, let's say we get notice to proceed in August, and we were ready to open up in August of next year. Well, you're only talking about a couple months of operating expenses. But it does do really well. It makes a lot of money.
Revenue.
Yep.
Is that gate fee, or was that also with the restaurant?
No, that wasn't the restaurant. That was just us.
That was just us.
Yep, that was gate fee, bait, tackle,
Okay.
snacks, sales, all that stuff.
Wow, okay, good.
So,
Thank you.
And one of the things, as he says, doesn't know what yet, Commissioner Monos, just kind of follow up is, my hope would be that the Parks Board would consider, and I've passed this on to Troy, and I've talked about this with Scott, my hope would be is that the Parks Board would consider, when they put out their RFP for the restaurant, to put out the RFP to run the entire pier, much like, if you remember, I think you were there when we passed over the golf courses to the outside vendor and let them run the outside vendor, and then the city just got a check, right? And that's been a very good partnership for a long time. Now, that's kind of down the road, but so what he's basically saying is he's not sure if he's going to have to run it with staff or if this new RFP is going to come forward. And that would be my hope, is that someone else would come run it, take all the liability exposure and run the restaurant, the concessions, the piers, the gate fee, the whole thing. But that's yet to be determined. But that's hopefully, that's what they'll at least consider.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to negotiate that kind of net profit sharing with somebody.
Right.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
If we could get there. Now let me get over to revenue. Just so you know, from October 1 of 2022 to 7/22/2023, and all of our revenues as far as the parks are concerned, and Horace Caldwell Pier, naturally we don't have Bob Hall Pier in here, we made $869,241.15. Year to date, this fiscal year, we're at $948,107.41. Anyhow, we're $78,866 ahead of what we were this time last year. And we also just got shy of $1 million in beach parking sticker funds this year. So you've got substantial revenue, and I still have, I still got all of August and September to go, and they're very busy months. And so you're looking at, over $2 million in revenue that comes in that, I don't know how Dale and Lisa work their magic, but all that money goes towards offsetting, more ask for me on the general fund. So, we're happy to do it. We get Bob Hall Pier back, and we get this Restore grant going. We're 60% design on specs right now, fixing to move to 100. We're going to double and triple the size of these parks, and so that's going to be even more revenue for us. And with Bob Hall up and running, that could be substantial for us. So, and I guess other than that, if you don't have any questions, the only other thing I'd point out is that we've been fortunate. We were never part of the CIP plan. I didn't have a problem with that because we, outside of the different funding sources for Bob Hall Pier, we've been able to accomplish what we wanted to do with infrastructure and projects with 100% grant funded. We just go out and find the money that we wouldn't have to bother asking you guys for it. So that's a good thing. So any questions? I know it's lunchtime. Y'all ready to get out of here?
Thank you. Any other questions? Just an update for those of you who are smelling this gas smell. One is outside. The construction people did hit a gas line.
That's what
they
I thought.
are saying that we are fine staying here right now, but they do have the city gas people coming in case you get from your offices as well.
You can use that instead of oxygen.
Okay, that was 20 minutes. I did pretty good there for you.
You did fast. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Jeff.
I'm sorry I was out for half of it. Yes. He is going to let me know if any of that changes, and he is calling. We are going to break for lunch because we don't have the two other people are going to be after lunch. I think the district attorney wasn't available till 1:30. So it is 12:20.
What do we have left, Judge? Just the district attorney and what?
Animal services, and we can maybe check with constable, see if if he is available, since we did later.
We're going to come back at 1:30 and finish those
Yes,
two
and then
or
we'll be
maybe
done.
three departments.
Yes.
And the other one knows to come also after?
Yes.
Perfect. That's good. Good job,
The
everybody.
animal services may be a Zoom, her join the meeting because she is out there working.
Right.
So, but we are breaking for lunch. We will be back for this workshop. It is 1:38 and it is Monday, July 22nd. We are back from a break and the district attorney, you are up. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you for having me. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
I feel very far away from you. In this circumstance, that may be best. I was here in the 90s, 90 to 94. A couple things that are different in a big way is the amount of juvenile crime that we've got that's violent. Kids with guns. We're getting more murder cases at juvenile. I anticipate at some point needing more help there. It won't be on this budget. We're supplementing staff over there with experienced trial lawyers. We're doing some certifications. But we've got a number of murder cases that are coming up there. That's changed since I was here in the 90s. The number of stolen cars by juveniles, our task force had a meeting with us, told us that the Kias and Hyundais are being stolen through a TikTok method that they've been taught on TikTok, where you can use a thumb drive after you get the collar off the car. And anti-theft stuff disabled, you can stick it in the key slot and start it. A 15-year-old is credited with having stolen over 15 cars. They usually joyride them and then destroy them. I've reached out to the Kia dealership, but I haven't been able to make contact with them about trying to make some changes at juvenile, been able to present a certain amount of money that is just a bottom line amount of money that is in damages. If you just do the very least that would have to be replaced after one of these cars is stolen. But we're going after that hard. We're talking about having a press event over there on some of these cases to let the people know. Pistols and long guns on our streets with juveniles. What they're doing is they're going out, they're pulling doors, they're breaking into cars. People that leave their pistols in the glove box or in the console. A lot of them won't report it because they feel stupid. But those guns are getting out on the street. They're putting clips or magazines on them with drums on the bottom so that they'll shoot not just a regular magazine, but up to 45 rounds without having to reload. Some things that we've done to cut expenses for the county. The interdiction unit is gone. That was a conflict, so it was an ethical problem for me to be prosecuting cases that were brought in by people that worked for me. My philosophy is, and I think the ethical philosophy is, police officers catch them, we cook them. So that's what we've gone to, and that's been a substantial savings. And a lot of what I'm asking for is going to be offset by that savings. We've transferred some vehicles to other people that needed them. And we've cut our gas request because we don't have all those units out trying to do interdictions. Auxiliary court, we made a lot of savings there for the county. One of the problems we ran into with auxiliary court was it's a grant and it's done so that they want a prosecutor funded at a high level. I think it's F5 or F6, but that person has to apply for it. We had ethical problems with that because then you've got a lawyer that is actually just funded by the grant, and I was unsure and I couldn't get an answer from anybody about whether I could put him back on the line when he wasn't up in the auxiliary court, because we're having an auxiliary court about every 2 weeks. We changed the modality of operations in auxiliary court by getting rid of the high-profile cases, the murder cases, the cases that are going to have to be tried. As an old criminal defense lawyer, I can tell if you don't want to go to trial, you look at the docket and find that case that is a docket blocker that you know is going to go to trial. And if you're behind it or your guy's not in jail, you're not going to go, so you don't have a lot of impetus to go work out the case. By putting low cases with a lot of cop witnesses, no victims on it, we've been able to move that docket. As a consequence of that, and I think you can see on the slide, the savings are pretty high per month. If we get it down to 75%, which we've hovered at, we're a little above that now. But just using that as a model, I think we're saving over $500,000 a month just by keeping that jail. Now, there's a lot of working parts to that. We're not taking full credit for it. But what I will tell you that we're doing is, because I can't get a lawyer and just have him work only on those kinds of cases for that docket. And also finding people is hard, and finding someone that's only going to work for a year, and I can only guarantee him a position for a year, is hard. So what I'd rather do, if there was some way to roll that money into my budget, and I asked them that, maybe we can make a change to the grant this next go-round. If they'll just give me that F6 pay to go into my general budget, then we're happy to keep funding it. But we're happy to keep funding it anyway because it's good for our county, it's good for our jail. It makes our officers and corrections people over there safer, because right now they're in dire need of more people. I have brought in experienced attorneys that some retirees that just said, I don't care what you pay me, give me a spot, I'm tired sitting at home not doing anything. Jim Lawrence came back, and he's training young lawyers, and he's doing a fabulous job. He didn't ask for a high-pay slot. He just said, give me what you got and let me go to work. So we've made it a happy place, and we've had a little bit of turnover. Most of that was already planned before I got there. But right now we've got a good, hard-working young group of people. A couple have bought houses. Some are getting married. They want to stay in Corpus Christi. And my goal is to make sure that they stay there and work in my office. Okay, go back to the first slide, if you would. Okay, second. This is a good quote from Ronald Reagan. Without respect for the law, the best laws cannot be effective. Without respect for the law enforcement, laws cannot be carried out. We must have respect not only for the law, but also for the many who dedicate their lives to the protection of society through enforcement of the law. That's very, very true. Next slide. Generally in the budget, we're not asking for a lot. It's basically the same thing. We've requested less money in gas due to the elimination of the interdiction unit. We've asked for a slight increase to trial-related expenses because we have had a lot more jury trials. And that means more time in court, more stuff, thumb drives, paper, ink, that kind of thing. Next slide, please. We've asked one personnel ad. It's a position that was already there, but and I think it's still actually on our books. Is that right, Will? Yes. Okay, it's there. What I'm asking for is for it to be re-upped. And you can see what the purpose is. It's to assist the office hiring and training. Basically, an office lawyer, someone to manage the office and do the budgetary things, the things. I'm not a numbers guy, and numbers make me want to go throw myself off something high and hit something hard.
This is one of your open positions that you're just going to fill? I don't understand. You said it's already there, so.
And to speak to that, so it was previously here.
Got to be on the mic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good afternoon. My name is William Cafferata. I'm actually the misdemeanor chief over in court. I have my MBA from St. Mary's, and I'm one of the lawyers practicing down there. That specific second assistant position, it went vacant. So I think we originally eliminated the position. I think Michelle Putman absorbed a lot of those roles, and that's how we got rid of it. So
it was eliminated, so you're asking for an additional position?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
That's all I was asking. Yeah,
Apologies.
thank you.
Manage the jail budget, monitor the jail number, with or without auxiliary court. If the jail calls us and says, hey, we need some people out of here, there are ways we can do that. Some of them are popular, not going to involve violent offenders, but there are going to be some low-level fees, people that we can have blue light specials on and get them maybe a lesser sentence than we want, but get them onto where they need to be, or into a program or onto probation. And we'll do that if we need to. We want to, that person would also be able to maintain a small but high-profile caseload, and it would allow me and Mike Gordon, my first assistant, who I can tell you is one heck of a trial lawyer, to get in there and absorb some of these large cases, because that's what I've been doing for 35 years, is trying serious criminal cases. And that's where I'm most comfortable. I'd like to get back to it as soon as I can make it through the political program and get back to working for a living. The next slide, please. We're requesting an overall pay increase for attorneys by 2 professional grades. That would equate to about a $3.50 per hour increase on average. It would make the starting misdemeanor pay, which is really abysmally low compared to most of the other DA's office, take it to a starting salary of $74,443 from $67,454, which is where it is now. Starting felony salary, and this is low, but would go to $82,160 from $74,443. So if we're going to keep people, we got to start doing that. We got to get them up to a level where we're not just training them and send them on where they can make more money and they're already trained up. Next slide, please. This is, I've kind of talked about this. There's no prosecutor assigned to it, although there is a payment in it. That payment couldn't be given to us. I guess I could have stomped my foot and said, well, good luck. Find you a prosecutor if you can, but I'm not playing that way. We need it. It's doing good things for us. We will scramble around and fill it on an ad hoc basis like we have been doing. We'll continue to do that because it's good for my county. We're moving just all felony cases. So what we're doing again is just trying to get the state jail cases, the third-degree cases, the non-victim cases, the cases where if they see as a defense lawyer, if you see all the cases are lower level felonies, there's a good chance that you'll get stuck in trial and you're probably not ready. You're going to go ahead and work that case out if the offer is anywhere near reasonable, because you don't want to go to trial. And I think the rest of it is the calculations that I gave you, but it's there a little more detail. Thanks to Mr. Caffaretta. Next slide, please. There's another wonderful quote from Robert Kennedy, former Attorney General. Every society gets the kind of criminal it deserves. What is equally true is that every community gets the kind of law enforcement it insists on, and I would add, and pays for. We've got to retain prosecutors. If I do nothing else in my time here as the district attorney for Nueces County, it's going to be to figure out a way, if I have to get a GoFundMe page, to keep these young, dedicated prosecutors here in our community, get them invested in it, make them an integral part of it, involve them in meetings with the police department, get the police officers to know them, trust them, because I'm going to be here for a limited number of years, just given my age. So somebody's going to have to take this over, and I want it to be in good, capable hands with a long tradition of good prosecutions. So that's my presentation to you. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
How many lawyers do you have in your office? How many employees?
I have a total of 58 people, 45 of which, if I have a full complement of lawyers, meaning 2 prosecutors in each district court and in each misdemeanor court, and then including my appellate section. Right now, we have a child victim advocacy section with 2 lawyers in it, and they specialize in that caseload. So we've got 31 lawyers, and we're 12 short. But my total number of people right now, given that I'm 12 short, is 58 people. That's including staff.
You have a budget of 71 positions?
Looks like 70. If he's 12 short and he has
Sorry.
58, it'd be 70.
You have a budget of 71 positions as of the 23-24 budget?
Mm-hmm.
Includes him, though, doesn't it?
What?
That includes him.
That does include him, yes.
So 58 plus 12 is
that'd be 70.
Plus 1 is
Yeah.
71.
Right.
Are you included yourself in the 58?
He took the 58 and he was subtracting the vacancies.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yes, 50.
He
You
said
you had
58 with 12 vacancies. He has
58 is
filled.
the total number
Got you.
of
I'm
people.
sorry.
He has right now.
Minus 12 lawyers that I'm missing. Staff the turnover has kind of slowed down to a trickle. As always, when you have an operation that's this big, there is going to be some turnover. And I think that when I walked in, I told them I'm not a yeller. I'm not going to yell at you. Nobody else is going to yell at you if I'm not allowed to. So anybody does that, let me know and we will stop it. We're trying to teach and take a proactive way of making these young people grow, and everybody in my office, except for maybe Mike Gordon's younger than me, and Jim Lawrence, and Steve Shewitz. I've got a few that are older than me, but we're trying to make it a teaching operation and a training operation, but we want it to be a family-style operation where they stay, and they stay in Nueces County, because these problems are growing. I wish I had the numbers. I think we had 44 murders in 22. There were 44 murders. I wasn't able to get the number. When I was here in the 90s, we had a year where we had 30. We had a full complement of lawyers, but we had 30 in 1 year, and everybody said, oh my God, that's the highest number we've ever had. I can get those numbers of violent crime increases, but it just seems like a day doesn't go by, I know a week doesn't go by, where I don't hear about another killing or death.
How are your attorneys paid comparably throughout the county? And we heard this morning that apparently some are underpaid. We have passed over. I mean, if they're same level attorneys, how are yours paid so much more? Or are yours paid more? Yes.
Well, if they are, I can justify it very easily.
Because?
We eat, breathe, sleep, and drink these cases. We go home at night and we dream about them.
Yeah.
And you don't sleep well. If you're in trial, I can tell you it's troubled sleep. You get up and you go again because your adrenaline never stops. The responsibility to people's families that you have waiting for you to bring them justice is a heavy weight to bear. Dealing with anybody who has been wronged, and the number of people who call and say, hey, but what about my case? What about, my situation? When you're the victim of the crime, there is no case that's more important than yours, regardless of what it is, whether it's a theft, whether it's a murder. But in these death cases, and I've got a small handful of lawyers that can go up and handle those.
But have you studied your prices? Are your salaries comparable to the others? Are yours paid more already than the others in other departments?
Are you talking about within the county?
Yes.
I have not studied that.
Or has anybody looked at that? It was brought to our attention this morning. I was just wondering how it ever got to that level.
other answer is that we don't have the ability to farm out cases to other entities.
Oh, you don't have outside counsel?
We
You have
don't.
to cover everything?
That's right. We have to cover it all. Occasionally, just to be fair, there is a case that came up recently where, because of my lack of resources and being understaffed and underfunded, we had to hand off a case to the Attorney General's office because it was a large forfeiture case involving real property, which the county has to become responsible for. Excuse me, under my care. We have to keep the lights on. We have to make sure the pool's clean. We got to do all that while it's under that process of forfeiture. And we just don't have the staff or the people to do that. So we called in the Attorney General's office, and graciously they stepped in. They have a unit that is a child trafficking unit that one of our former prosecutors is in. And she helps us and occasionally comes to us and asks us if they can take over a case that fits the criteria for that trafficking unit, but that's just a handful of cases.
And that doesn't cost us when the county,
Doesn't cost
when the
us-
Attorney General does that?
No, ma'am,
Yes.
that doesn't cost us a dime. And I have reached out to them a handful of times just to get their advice and maybe try and get them to look at some cases. We've reached out to the feds. We had ATF come down and look for a projectile for us with a dog from San Antonio, and they did that because at no cost to us, but because we asked, and we've rebuilt those bridges to them. So as far as a head-to-head lawyer personnel, I want them all to get paid what they're worth, but I do maintain that anybody that's handling the kinds of cases that we're handling with the emotional baggage, there's a little PTSD you get after doing this for a long time. You compartmentalize and you learn to try and put it away, but we drive down a street and we say, well, that's where old Speedy got killed, and that's where the Morales case happened, where that person was killed. And, you know, I can't go anywhere in this town without seeing a tree or a corner that something terrible happened. And it's always there. And so, you know, if we're fighting over money or fighting over that kind of thing, well, that's makes you feel good if you do good, and if you don't, you say, oh, well. But I'm saving the county money and putting away bad guys. We hit several big licks on 45, 35. We're working out some cases that are, you know, to 25 and 30 years without even having to go to trial. So I've got, like I said, some great experienced lawyers, but we're wearing them out. I mean, I'm wearing them out, and some of them are getting up there in age, and I don't want to kill them. But this job is tough, and without them, this county would be in bad shape.
Hey, Jimmy, there's so many lawyers coming out of law school all over this country that can't find a job. How do we go recruit more some of those places to fill those 12 slots? I get it. We can argue the pay all day long, but everybody, you know, you're not the lowest paid county in Texas, anything like that, and then people are filling spots. So, I mean, how can we help you do better to get those jobs, those spots filled in the first place? Because, I mean, you're wearing them out because you're 12. You're wearing them out because you're 12 short. And I get you're going to say, well, I don't pay enough. I get it. But there are people coming out of law school that have $200,000 worth of law school debt, and they need jobs. So even if you only keep them for 6 months.
Well,
I mean,
one of the ways we do that, Commissioner, is we and Judge McCoy over Juvenile is willing to, and I'm trying to set up a time for him to come over and give a lecture or teach on the program that is a statewide program, maybe a national program, but it forgives your
for public service.
For public service, after 10 years, you can get an awful lot of money forgiven.
It's a pretty big deal. I had a buddy of mine that was the young man that I went and hooded up at Texas Tech when he got his, what do they call that, hooding or whatever. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what he did. He worked for the DA in Harris County for his 10 years and got great experience. Now he's off doing his own thing and got a ton, I forgot about that, and got a ton of debt relieved, like a lot of money.
Well, and that's one of the things we're doing, or it's on our list to do. I talked to Judge McCoy about that, and then he came and did it with another group, but we were busy in court, so I'm trying to get that set up again. I did get a phone call from a law professor at William and Mary who was doing a research project on the shortage of prosecutors nationwide. And he said a lot of the problem is that people are they are kind of, after some of the social upheaval that we've had over the last 5-10 years, they're leaning to the other side. They want to go be civil rights lawyers. They want to go do stuff with the ACLU. They feel called to that side of the thing rather than being a mean old prosecutor. And so we're fighting that nationwide trend of young lawyers who are
Same problem. We have getting good quality people to go on to be law enforcement because that's some of that same upheaval where they've been beat up on unnecessarily. So it's a shame that that's where we've gotten to.
I spent 20 minutes on the phone talking to him. I read briefly a summary of the article that he did. I need to pull it up and read the rest of it. But we did compare to the counties around us, okay? San Patricio County, Clayburgh, Galveston is about the same size of a population that we have. And so we tried to do apples to apples. But we are underpaid compared to those counties. I mean, we've lost a bunch of people to San Patricio County because of the industry that's gone in over there. They're awash with money, and they're giving cars and pistols and a gas card to their prosecutors that, funny enough, are driving over from Nueces County to go work for them. And they're people that would prefer to work here. I think they'd love to work here, but they have less cases, less violent cases, and they're getting paid more, and they got a car. Why in the heck would you want to work in Nueces County and work this hard? But
They get to work for Jimmy Granberry, right? Isn't
well,
what you're supposed to say?
that's
The culture you've now created.
That's what I'm trying to do, but I'm not sure I've been in here long enough for them to trust the culture yet, and I understand that. I'm going to my first TCDAA meeting and seminar next month in Austin, and it's a management seminar. If I could find that person for that second assistant, I'd substitute them in for me and let them go. But I'll give you an example. I've got Angie Petropoulos, who was my paralegal for, 15 years. I brought her with me when I came over here. Angie has been pitching in everywhere. She's a brilliant paralegal, and I would like to grow our paralegal presence in the office because I think they're cheaper than lawyers, but they can do a lot of things that lawyers can't do. Prepare for trial, make trial notebooks. I am computer illiterate, and I will own up to that. I've got to have somebody doing what this wonderful person is doing for me with this presentation. Odyssey is a mystery to me. I'm still learning it. But Angie can climb those walls and has been since it was created in private practice and is doing it now. She's a master at evaluating cases. I call her my 13th juror because she can look at a case and tell you what's going to happen or tell you what ought to happen. And she is getting some of my lesser organized but good trial lawyers organized for these cases like they haven't been. We did use a grant this year. It was a DOJ grant, and we bought a bunch of equipment because we're trying to catch up with the Panasonic system that the police department bought. That is a difficult system. They're getting a big upgrade, but we're buying two what I call gaming computers because they have all the ability to handle the video. That's the other change I forgot to mention. There's video on everything. When I was here, there was maybe a dash cam. Now, every officer has a body camera, and every house has a Ring doorbell. And the number of cases we get with a Ring doorbell camera, we've got one of a melee that occurred out on the streets where it's all on a Ring camera. And it's amazing, but you've got to have the equipment to parse that out, and you've got to have the personnel to parse that out, because there were so many people involved in this melee that we had to watch it 3 times at a sitting, at 3 sittings, to try and identify who was who, where the first felony occurred, and then try and figure out how we're going to charge it. We've got another meeting on that same case coming up next week, because we have come up with a kind of an out-of-the-box solution, we believe, on how to charge it and still have it charged as a first or second degree felony. But we've got innovative ideas. I've got a prosecutor with an MBA. I believe I've got another one with an MBA who's out having her baby, and we're hurt without her. She's calming and soothing to everybody, and one heck of a trial lawyer up in the courtroom. And so I'm trying to treat them well and with respect and make sure that Corpus Christi is the place they want to raise those babies. And I want it to be safe enough for them to raise those babies.
So your basic ask on here is about 175, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, do you have something else?
He requested a salary increase for all staff. It's not included on here. Yeah. So we'll just
for
work
all
up.
staff?
Oh, I thought that was on one of the slides.
It was on a slide, but it wasn't in the budget.
It's not in our
request.
packet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's
I'm
not in my
sorry.
packet. so,
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Let Mr. Cafaretta speak to that. He did the research.
First, let me apologize for not being included.
Speak in the microphone, yes.
First, let me apologize for not being included. We recently put it in there. When originally we did the applications for budgets, the way with Workday is that all we got was our general budgets. So I wasn't able to see any personnel or previous expenses in regards to personnel when I looked. And,
Okay.
I mean, might be a different opinion, but at least when I was going through.
That's fine.
So we called, asked, and we said, hey, put the request in through, I think it's a personnel request change form. We did that on, I think, Friday of last week. We were just trying to kind of gauge out how to do it for all, I think, we have 41 lawyers, if I'm not mistaken. So we did it for all the attorneys, which includes the appellate, misdemeanor, and felony. And what we did is we just requested each position. So if it's a misdemeanor 1, to be reclassified up to 2 pay grades. So if it's a 33, I believe, is our starting.
All to be at 2 pay grades?
Yeah, 2.
And what is that total expense?
You would have to actually list all those positions on the personnel.
And you haven't done that?
Which I believe we did on Friday. I don't know if it got submitted to you via email. That's what I was told it was. Maybe not. And like I said, all I did in regards to kind of calculating out that 350 is I looked at the bottom amount, which was like a $2 increase, and the top amount, which was like a $4 increase. And I said, General Center should be around 350. I didn't go through and draft out the math for you directly, but when I looked at each of the pay salary increases, each of them looked to be about 6,000 to 7,000. So 350 times 2, 7 plus 2 is 9 for the year. So that's why I got the average. I tried to go over what I thought it actually would be. I was trying to not underestimate.
Where's that email coming from?
Should be coming from Victoria Flores. And if I need to, I can resubmit it. I don't mind doing that. I understand that this is just a budget workshop where we're presenting our things and that you'll go behind closed doors later and make a decision.
Nope,
I think
We'll do it out here. The vote will be out here,
Yeah,
but
but-
we still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but I think
Verifying and comparing and all of that.
yeah.
You don't mind resending it?
Yes.
Yeah, I will. And all I'm doing with that is I'm just trying to bring us to where other counties are getting paid. I'm gonna be real honest, it was pretty easy to find that list of other places to apply, because I looked at those places. I mean, I've been here 3 years, 3.5 now. And like prior to this administration, I was thinking about moving on, and I just went down the list. Where do I want to live? Austin, San Antonio, et cetera. And it's not that hard to find a pay increase as a prosecutor, and they love Nueces County prosecutors. We're in high demand in other places because we're well trained, we work well, and we like working. Like, we go anywhere else, we work way harder than the prosecutors already there because we're used to working. So, sorry for giving you too much in my own personal opinion there, but that's kind of where I'm at.
We hear
But,
from every department, we know we're not the best paying.
yeah.
We know.
Well, and good news, I am buying a house hopefully next year in Nueces County, and I'm looking to stay the long run. So whatever y'all do, I'm here to stay. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would add that we've got another prosecutor who did just buy a house, and we just got him back from another county. So, you know, we're the most beautiful city in Texas. We've got all the water sports available, the fishing, the windsurfing, kite surfing, the beach. You almost have to work pretty hard to drive them away. And I feel like if we can get the salaries at least started in the right way, and then continue to give y'all reasons to believe that this administration is going to keep doing these things and saving the county money and working with the sheriff and working with this court to make this a better place for all the citizens to live. I think that we can do it. You know, I'm still trying to get my arms around the office. I'm still trying to get control of my accounts for my office. I've requested that through email a couple times. I've talked to the sheriff. He gets his. My struggle on this was I don't know how to balance my checkbook if I don't have the checkbook and if I don't know what my true numbers are. And so I need that, and I'm re-upping that request that my accounts be given to me, because I'm the guy that they're going to put in a striped suit and lock in a small room if it goes awry. So
You have asked for that before. I think I was in the room when you asked for that. And originally it did go directly to you, but someone in there previous to you didn't want to mess with reconciling and the audit that goes on. So he's asking for it to go back to him for, yes.
And yes, ma'am, and Dale has been out of the office, and and that requires assistance from the county auditor himself. I don't have access to be able to do that.
Yes.
And again,
But this was a long time. This was when he first came on. He asked for this a long time ago.
I did.
Yeah.
And I'm the first to tell you that I'm not a numbers guy. I'm going to want assistance from people that are smarter and better in tune with me, but I need to know what it is. And I have not been able to get, when I walked in here, they told me I was $25,000 in the red in my Chapter 59 account, which is my trouble account. And I was told that several meetings running. Until I threw my hands in the air and pulled my hair out. Well, not quite. It's too pretty.
I can get you those bank account balances immediately. That is not an issue.
We've asked for them on
That's
the
not
county
an issue.
attorney as well.
It was the giving him the checkbook.
No, before, he
that
didn't
I
ask
can't
for the
do.
checkbook until we didn't get those balances. We asked for the balances. The county attorney has a similar issue that she asked for her balances and still hasn't gotten.
I did get an email on those pretty recently.
Yes.
Okay, so
very much so. That was not
I'm
what he
going
asked
to-
for originally.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Okay. I was
the
in there in
getting-
those meetings, so I know that for a fact.
The
Yes.
getting the checkbook was the one that I don't have access to be able to do.
At first, all he wanted was his Excel spreadsheet. He wanted to know what came in, what went out. That's exactly what the county attorney asked for. And for months, neither one of them got a response.
I can get that.
Lisa,
Thank you. That would be great.
Lisa, did you say that Dale has to be there to do?
To get somebody a checkbook
Yeah.
from I don't
You have
have
to
that.
close out an account
Yeah, to
and start
close out
another
an
account.
account that is a Nueces County account and reopen a separate account that is no longer one that is under the guidance of the county auditor, but is a separately managed account, that's not something that I have access to do, no, sir.
He wants it
So-
just like the sheriff has his.
So,
And again, that's not something I have access
so
to
who
do.
does have the access?
I would assume that it's going to be someone at Frost with Dale's signature and action from Commissioner's Court. But again, it's not something that I have. Even when he is out of the office, I don't have the ability to create a checking account at Frost Bank.
I was just thinking, as much as Dale's been out with his sickness, maybe somebody else should. Well, I don't know if that's possible or not. You know.
And that,
Sure it could be, but.
and I can't.
It's a good thing to check on.
To
So,
that,
thank
but
you. I know you don't have the answers today, but it's a good thing to check on.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I guess I learned something. I assumed, because in business for myself for 35 years, I had multiple accounts. I didn't have it all in one account. Ethically, I couldn't do that. And so I've learned now that apparently it's in a big county account, which is a problem with my Chapter 59 money, folks, because that is money that has gotten a lot of district attorneys indicted for misuse of. And so if it's out of my control,
There's
better-
very
it's a
strict
big
guidelines
problem.
on what
They're
you can spend that money on.
very
Yes.
strict guidelines, and the Attorney General's office enforces that. So
I think it's clear. We'll get,
all right.
Lisa will get right on this for us. So
Thank you.
I'll have it for you by the end of business.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you.
And I appreciate your time, folks. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Appreciate y'all being here. Yes. Thank you. Good to see you. Animal Services, Kendall, you're our last one of the day.
And I will try to make it quick for y'all. I know y'all have been listening to presentations all day. And we don't have too much. It's probably going to look like I'm asking for a lot. If you look back at our department, it has not received increases for the last 15 years. So I'm starting at a pretty slim point as it is. One of the big things that I'm asking for, and this is really going to be the priority, I know you've heard all day long that we need pay raises and retention. We are absolutely blowing our overtime right now because we're not retaining people, we're not able to hire for an empty position. Even counties near us, San Patricio, they don't even have an animal shelter, and their ACOs are paid significantly more than ours are. We are comparable with the city of Corpus Christi, but they have some perks with being able to move into different jobs. We don't have a lot of progression within our department. Something down the road I think would be great to have, but right now, realistically, even if you threw me all the positions, it's not something you can implement right away. So I am going to be requesting for reclassification for my officers to go up 2 grades. I have 2 regular officers and 1 ACO 2. He does have functional supervision in my absence. And that's the ACO is going from a grade 16 to 18, and the ACO 2 would be a 17 to 19. Our animal services clerk is the other position that I'm requesting a reclassification of grade. And that one's going to sound like a really big jump. It's really not. I think it broke down to about $2,000 a year. That's from a 13 to a 17. Everything in between there were just very small increments to be able to give a raise. One of the things we're doing to try to cut back on costs a little bit is to move our full-time kennel tech either to part-time or even a temporary employee. And in place of that, we would like to add a placement coordinator. So right now, I'm doing all the placement of our animals. I do all the rescue coordination, all of the adoptions, and from October 1 to today, we have already impounded 498 animals. That takes a lot of my time away that I can be really working on bettering the entire department. That's all we're asking for personnel, which it is a lot because we don't have a large department. We had $2,500 allocated for dog food this past year, so we have spent way more than that because with inflation, and we have had a decrease in donations, which we really cannot rely on donations regardless. It's great when we can get them, but we can't rely on them. So I'm asking for a $5,000 increase on that with the plan of hopefully being able to potentially go out for bid, get a contract to get cheaper dog food. Because right now we're buying from Tractor Supply, so we're not getting like a wholesale price. We had originally asked for $10,000 that would be going towards vetting, and that's really aimed towards cruelty cases. So our ACOs really should be filing criminal cases. It's something that hasn't really been done much in a long time from our department, and I would like for us to get back to that. And without having vetting, it's something that becomes difficult, but we have worked with our partners, and because they are willing to help us with that, we're not going to ask for that $10,000 this year. And is there any questions?
I don't think so.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much.
Glad I could make it quick.
Coming in.
How many you staff, I'm sorry, how many do you have in your staff?
Right now we have 2 regular ACOs, an ACO2, a clerk, an empty kennel tech position, and myself as the manager. So it's a total of 6.
6?
But one's open.
6.
One open.
One open. And that's a vacancy? That's not, it's not a frozen position, it's a vacancy, right?
Correct. We've tried posting for it a couple of times without success.
That's why she wants to do the increases.
The total cost is 73.4.
73.4.
5204 is salary.
Excuse me, do y'all follow up on when there's complaints about dogs being a nuisance in a neighborhood? I had a call just recently, last week. Lady said there's a dog that comes from a street, from a house down the street, and messes with her dog, and that she calls dog pound. I mean, y'all, and that y'all just say, well, we can't catch it. Do y'all follow up with anything else?
So we do follow up on those things. It's going to be dependent on the situation. I believe the one you're referring to does have an owner. Sometimes we can't catch dogs. We're not able to just make them go in our trap. Some we have trapped in the past and owners reclaim, and they get a lot smarter about trapping. So depending on the dog, that becomes a tricky situation. We do continually try to go out and address the situation. But when we have owned dogs, one of the things we can do is enforcement. I mean, we can give tickets for the dog running at large. We can deal with the owners not complying with us, which with that type of situation, it is going to be interference with our job duties, and there's a public safety risk. So we do follow up with those things. One of the things I'm working on is I'd like to get all of our officers trained in dangerous dog investigations to be able to deem dogs dangerous if it is suitable, so that if we have owned animals that continually are a problem like that and we think that they may cause bodily harm to someone, it doesn't mean we're going to go take their animal and euthanize them. What it does is it puts legal accountability on the owners and outlines certain guidelines that they have to be able to come into compliance with to keep their dog and keep the community safe.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Of all the dogs that you have, so you might have 30 dogs, right? So what's the process? What's the staff do with the dogs other than feed them, wash them, the kennels? Is there? We don't do like preventative stuff as far as for rabies or shots or I guess chips. Does the chips have to be done by a doctor? I mean, by a veterinarian, or
No, microchips we can do. We don't have microchips. We would have to buy them. We do get vaccinations. We cannot vaccinate for rabies because we're not a vet. But with DHPP or Bordetella, which are going to be like covering kennel cough, parvo, distemper, those animals are in our custody, and as the custodian, we're able to vaccinate them on intake, which we do to try to prevent the spread of diseases.
So like if you go out like we're having today, this week, if you don't have a veterinarian and people bring the dogs and you tell them, we don't have a veterinarian, but we can give them the shots. But not for rabies, but other shots would that be okay?
So that is something that I'm kind of running up the chain right now, and we're getting mixed results on. Several veterinarians did say yes. We are trying to get a final definitive answer from an actual attorney who is involved with the State Board for Veterinary Medicine to get a definitive answer, because it has been split.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, that we and I know I know you were on top of the problem, y'all, so I talked to Edward this morning, I know y'all were handling it, but I just want to make sure that, because I didn't know if we do that at the kennel or not. Like, I guess if they're kennels, there are dogs while they're at the kennel. So I guess you're able to give shots other than rabies, right?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I've brought up as a question, and it is considered different. A lot of the veterinarians were saying it is okay, but the few that have said no and have suggested talking to the state board have some really legitimate points about the liability with it. And so like I said, I'd like to defer back to the actual attorney that deals with that.
So we'll put a hold on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
I don't think so. Thank you, Kendall.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your work out there.
Yes. Yes, sir. Dale, you came in. Did you have something? I know we already had you at the bottom at a 0. Okay, you're here for something else. I thought maybe you had changed your mind and wanted to catch us before we left. So, okay. It is 2:30. Do we have any adjournments in memory today? I know we have Wednesday. And then it is 2:30, and this workshop is closed. Thank you.